We also have Madam Vice Minister Marichi from Costa Rica. It is a true pleasure to have you with us all. We also have the local system coordinator of the Secretariat of Supply Cooperativism and Food Sovereignty, Madame Raquel Pereira de Souza, representative of the Minister of Agriculture from Brazil. I ask you all, please, Vice Ministers, please come take a seat here at the podium. Thank you very much. Lloyd, please. Thank you very much. Please, go ahead. So we are going to have the points of view by the Secretariat of Agriculture, Madame Laura Suazo. Madame Secretary of Agriculture, Madame Suazo. The topic of this session is the trends of the rural areas and the perspective of small-scale farmers. I would like to remind you kindly that your participation is about 15-20 minutes, and then we'll have a Q&A session.
Muy bien, muchas gracias y buenos
Thank you very
días.
much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's much better. So our distinguished representative of Cornell Institute has already introduced the panel. I am the vice director, the deputy director of ICA, and we're here to talk about the trends in the future for agriculture. And I have 3 questions that I would very much like to pose right now. And then you're going to have a presentation each for 15 minutes. And then if we have the time to have a Q&A session, we'll do that. First point, considering the current situation and the regional trends of the family farming organizations in Latin America and recognizing their potential to improve the well-being through the access to markets and engagement as partners in the territories for real development, which adjustments of policies or new public investments are absolutely critical to promote training and strengthening of diverse FFOs that can also represent efficiently all the family farmers, as well as the rural producers and rural farmers. Now, thinking about the social, economic, and environmental impacts of the FFOs and understanding the link between participation, market share, and the improvement of well-being, how do you think that from the ministries and secretariats, you could strengthen the collaboration, interinstitutional collaboration mechanism, including the private sectors, NGOs, to support FFOs in achieving positive results that are broader for rural communities and then the national development objectives? Which metrics can be used to efficiently measure these interventions? And third, given the need to identify given the identified need of having a regional agenda to better understand and better inform policies, which concrete measures can your ministry or secretariat adopt to contribute actively to that research agenda, working with the academia and other stakeholders to ensure that national policies are evidence-based, and that can approach effectively all the key challenges to revitalize the cooperativism and maximize its contribution to this scenario in the changing um, perspective, global perspective. So we will now hear from Madam Minister from Honduras, Laura Suazo, online. I'd like to thank Madam Minister because I am having a wonderful cup of coffee from Honduras. I talked to Francisco Hueso, and it's very dangerous to say this in Costa Rica because Costa Rican coffee is fantastic. But this is a wonderful cup of coffee from Honduras. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you very much. Can you all hear me well, loud and clear? Uh, good morning. Can you tell me? Can you hear me okay? Yes?
Sí, secretaria, se la escucha muy
Yes,
bien, así que
Madam
adelante.
Secretary, please go right ahead. Good morning. It is a true pleasure and an honor to be sharing with you here today on this very important topic, which is essential for development of general society. I'd like to thank this moment and congratulate from the get-go those who have organized this meeting. Also, I'd like to congratulate our friends from EECA that are just the home of this important conversation. Also, I would like to congratulate the Tata Cornell Institute, TCI, and Leslie Verteramo, who has been behind all of the logistics. For many decades ago, I went to Cornell, so it is a tremendous pleasure for me to be here today. And of course, my greetings to all of the other organizations, FAO, IBD, Fontagro, World Bank. We're working with all of you in different initiatives. Talking about these three questions, this is a very, very broad theme, and I'm going to try and summarize in the general Latin American context, but with a very strong emphasis in our local experience in Honduras. When we're talking about these three questions, we're talking about regional trends, we're talking about FFOs, but at the same time, we're also talking about a very important topic, which is access to market. And not only access, it's also surviving and actually gaining market share and making sure that those gains generated by the FFOs provide a return on investment to the cooperatives and to the companies, and that in the end it will become a profit that will be life changing. And that is well being, and that is one of the largest challenges we have today. But they have existed for over 5 decades because back in the 70s, there was this boom of cooperativism and the creation of associations, and it's been a while that we have been learning. So, in the first place, the government in each country needs to have a very specific policy. And in our case, I must say that in 3.5 years of work, one of the factors that have helped us the most is having a government policy for the food industry. This it was agri-food and rural sectors. During 20 years, we operated with such a policy. One of the first lessons learned was dividing, separating agro-food and the rural sectors, because in the rural sectors you have small, you got SMEs, you have small production, small scale production, but that actually hides all the potential that we have to increase our production. So we are now working with in creating this new policy in the rural environment in which uh, agricultural producers, and I'm talking about women, I'm talking about also about one of the most important and excluded sectors historically, which is the rural youth. So we have assumed for many years that the youth, just because they're young, they have a set path to go. And it's not like that. Migration has actually impacted strongly and has actually taken our producers away, our farmers away. So, in that sense, I believe the most important thing and the most responsible thing to do by the government is creating a policy. That policy must set very clearly which are the agri-food systems, what's the new role that farmers need to play. In that context, we need to do that, all of us together. So, my call to all of these organizations, all of these entities that are in this event, we need to review what happened in the last 70 years from the agrarian reforms of our countries until today. That's a good point of reference for the region. And above all, we need to pay attention to achieving food safety. In that sense, it's extremely important to consider how special or pay special attention to the geographic region of Central America and the Caribbean, because we are a region with highest rates of poverty, with highest inequality, with less food safety rates. So by the time we get to work with small scale farmers, it's already too late. So we really need to address these issues. And we say that because it's been 70 years since the agrarian reform that gave place to associations, peasant associations, farmers associations, and even today, 50% of the population still lives in poverty, something we're doing wrong from the different sectors. The next point, I believe that our work must not be solely focused on production of small farmers, small scale farmers. Because we do this from the government, we do it from the NGOs and from the cooperation. We actually have to go beyond in creating surplus. And that surplus, we need to promote programs from within the government in which we can sell that surplus so that that income will allow these groups to be successful and avoid the constant intervention and the protectionism of the government, which is a natural trend. This paternalist state in which everything needs to be given away by the state. That is one of the most valuable lessons learned that need to be socialized. And another issue, which I believe is extremely important, is from within the government, is paying attention to constraints and limitations. And we did mention this yesterday. I was able to hear that yesterday. Topics that shouldn't exist anymore. For example, guarantees to access credit. Given the fact that I am the secretary of the Department of Agriculture, I am the president, the chairwoman of the Bank of Credit for Agriculture. It has been reactivated during these last 3 years, but it was dormant for 5 years due to the default rates that had been handled. So we're working with a different dynamic, but it must be reviewed because of the default rates really we need to pay attention because there is a very big percentage that has to do with climate events, a climate change, and the absence of agricultural insurance policies. We are talking about peasant women, our farmers, women that do not have any type of collateral to request a loan. They don't have a deed, a land deed. So it is the role of the state, of the government, that while we have improved, there's still ways to go. And the same happens with the youth. The organizations, for example, we are working with a country project called AgroJovenes, or Youth in Agriculture, and this is a work that has been scaled up in the last 2 years, and the government has provided seed capital for greenhouses and protected fields and connection to market. So learn by doing on site, financing for the infrastructure and access to market. But when we want to help to create a company by young people or a company, it's very, very difficult under the current laws. We need to review the laws. For example, there is a minimum legal age of 21, and so we have young people of 17 that cannot initiate a company. And currently, we've got household leaders that are probably 16, 15. So we need to do away with that paradigm. Another point that I would like to mention is reviewing the approach or the focus of our work. Countries such as ours and family farming organizations sometimes come together so that they can create raw material, and we sell raw material, and it is the link in the chain with the least ROI. So our work models really need to impulse or to promote a chain value that will allow the creation of greater margins of profit. So we really need to create a mandatory focus of supply chain. So if we really want to make adjustments that are important for FFOs. We really need to make adjustments to the policy of rural financing, that regulations for creating associations, the restrictions to have access to credit. So fortunately and very bravely, we have recovered the agricultural outreach program after 40 years. And even so, we must review how to organize schools on the field, how to connect with industrialization, with commercialization, and training, doing technical assistance of different people on the field. Efficiency, organizational efficiency, how to simplify bureaucracy, red tape, because they are very discouraging for FFFOs. Another focus, for example, of the mass production approach and the mass acquisition of inputs so that we can scale up these economies and drive down the costs through negotiation beyond just recovering the costs.
Valor agregado y lo que es comercialización, pero sí creo que debemos de procurar, especialmente con pequeños productores, y al menos una vez en la historia, ofrecer capital semilla en la medida de lo posible para ese arranque inicial. Y otros como financiamiento blando, en el caso del Banco Nacional de Desarrollo Agrícola nuestro, en estos 3 años y medio hemos logrado por primera vez en la historia de este país ofrecer financiamiento al 2.5% para granos básicos, ofrecer financiamiento a pequeños productores que son avales uno a otro, son avales morales. Y es increíble, pero el pequeño productor es el que más paga a tiempo y completamente. Y a veces solo son faltas de oportunidades en los países. Hay también que compartir con ustedes un par de experiencias. Tenemos varios proyectos. Un proyecto con Rural, de competitividad rural, que es un préstamo directo con Banco Mundial. Y en nuestro caso lo ejecutamos a través de nuestra secretaría y son alrededor en este momento unos 50 millones de dólares de una fase y unos 100 millones de dólares de otra fase, en donde parte de este trabajo, un 50 o 40% de un proyecto de inversión para pequeñas organizaciones se abre y es una donación. El otro 40% lo pone la organización a través de un préstamo con la banca privada y aproximadamente un 10% lo pone con su terreno, con su propio capital. Es un modelo exitoso, lleva una dependencia del Estado de un 40%, pero el impacto que genera en cuanto a esa independencia buscada y a generar empleo es muy importante. Tenemos otros proyectos exitosos en este momento. Uno se llama Prooccidente, está en una de las zonas de mayor pobreza, pero también se apoya con capital semilla organizaciones. Este es un proyecto con el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, un préstamo, y también tenemos otro préstamo con FIDA que está patrocinando este evento, y este
This
se
is another
llama
loan
Proinorte
that
y
is
también sigue una
being sponsored
dinámica
with
de
another
seguridad alimentaria y
uh,
de competitividad rural. Esos
uh,
son experiencias que en otros
program.
espacios se
This is our
pueden
experiences that in other
compartir
places can be shared
con mayor
with a
tiempo.
greater time.
Creo que
And I
en
believe that
general, en
in
cuanto a
general,
las otras
in regard
preguntas
to the other questions
que hacen,
that are
hay un
done,
tema de inversión
there's
pública
a
que debe
topic of
hacerse,
a
y es
public bid that has to be
obligatorio en los
done, and
países.
it is mandatory
El
in the
tema, por
countries.
ejemplo,
The
de
question, for
carreteras
example,
en buen
of
estado. En este país
roads
tenemos
in
más de
good condition. In
1.400
this road, we have more
proyectos de
than
pavimentación
1,400
actualmente. Hay
projects
un
for
caos
paving roads,
por todos lados,
and
está
it's a chaos because
reglamentado,
all over the place
pero es una
paving of
inversión
roads is taking
obligada
place, but it
que
is a
va a
mandatory
aumentar
investment that is going to increase
esa buena calificación para hacer
that good
mayores
qualification to be able
inversiones
to
en
make
el
better
corto plazo,
investments in the
pero
short
también
term,
caminos
but
productivos
also
si
some
avanza,
productive
pero se
roads.
avanza lentamente
We advance very slowly, and it is
todavía
mandatory.
tenemos espacios,
We still
especialmente
have
zonas rurales, sin
some spaces in our rural
electrificación,
zones that do not
sin
have
una
electricity,
telefonía
that do
del
not have
estándar, más
telephone
telefonía
according to the
celular,
standard,
igual el costo
only cell
de la
telephony,
telefonía celular
but
es
also the
alto
cost of the
para nuestros
cell telephony is
productores.
very high
Aunque
for
nos
our producers.
comuniquemos con
Although
redes
we communicate
que
with
sean más cómodas, hay un
networks that are more
porcentaje
comfortable,
que
there is a
hay
percentage here.
todavía una carencia
There is
de
still a
invertir en el
shortage of
sistema de
investing
riego,
into what is
irrigación. Por
irrigation
primera
systems.
vez estamos
And
trabajando
for the
con
first time,
National
we are
Irrigation
working on a national
Organization.
plan,
Eso
irrigation plan
tiene que ser
nationally,
obligatorio en
and
cada
this is something
país.
that has to be
En el
mandatory in each
nuestro
one of the
debe ser
countries.
mandatorio,
In
por
our
eso
country, it should be
presupuestar
mandatory
cada año
to
que
have
se vaya
a governmental
desembolsando
budget
por
every year
departamentos para aumentar
to
la capacidad de riego,
disbursed by departments so that we
etcétera.
can
Hay
increase
otros
the
temas de
irrigation capacity.
infraestructura que son
There are the
requeridos
topics of infrastructure that
especialmente
have to
por la
be required, that are
vulnerabilidad del
required,
alto riesgo al cambio
especially
climático,
because of
que
the
no pueden
vulnerability of
pasar
the climate change that
desapercibidos si
cannot go
queremos mejorar
unattended.
el tema agrícola
If we want to improve
desde
the
cualquier
agricultural
grupo
issue from
de
any group,
organizaciones de pequeños
but
productores.
from the
Es
organizations of small
también
producers,
muy obligatorio.
it is also very
Y
mandatory.
finalmente solo voy a hacer un
And finally, I'm just
comentario en
going to make
cuanto a
another
esa
comment in
conexión y
regard to that
colaboración que mencionaba ese
connection or
gobierno
collaboration that was being mentioned by
entre
Mr.
los
Lloyd
diferentes sectores.
among the different
El
sectors
gobierno es
between the
más que
government.
obligatorio.
It
Todas
is
las
more
entidades
than
de gobierno
mandatory.
debemos de unir
All the
esfuerzos
government entities
enfocados
should join efforts
en
focused on
territorios para
the groups,
lograr
territories, so that
avanzar,
we can
pero también
try to
entre el
advance,
gobierno
but
y
also
los otros
among
sectores,
governments
el sector de
and the other sectors.
organizaciones
The
civiles,
sector of
sumamente
the civil
importante.
organizations is
Estamos
extremely
logrando
important.
a pasos
We are
agigantados,
doing it
creo, a
at
través
gigantic
de
steps, I would
la
say,
convocatoria de los
through the summon
gobiernos locales o
of the local
municipalidades,
governments or
en donde tenemos
municipalities.
diferentes mesas, como mesa de seguridad
They come
alimentaria
together in
y
different
nutricional,
tables,
como
like
mesas de
a
desarrollo
food
económico
safety
local, la misma
table,
mesa de la mujer, de temas
the
ambientales,
women's
nos
table, the
unen y nos
environmental table.
exigen
That
esa
they
alimentación y
join
la
us and they
también esa
demand
generación de
feeding that,
ingreso.
but also that generation
Creo
of
que
income.
con la empresa
I
privada
believe that with
todavía
a
tenemos
private
un
enterprise, we still
potencial de
have a
acercamiento y de
potential
trabajo
of coming
más
close and
amplio.
work that is even
Estamos,
broader.
en el caso nuestro,
We
estamos
are, in our
cerca
case,
de proyectos
close
conjuntos que
to
fomenten ese
being to
comercio,
coming to
pero
joint
también
projects
para
that will
atender
promote that trade,
amenazas o
but also to attend
epidemias o
to
plagas de
threats
enfermedades como
or
el gusano parásito
epidemias
del
or
ganado que ha
plagues, or
estado
for
de
example, like
nuevo
the
en
driller
Centroamérica y
worm,
con
the
la
cattle driller worm that
amenaza en
is now
México,
present
que
in Central
tenemos
America and more
resultados
towards Mexico.
negativos
But we
lo
hope
más
that
pronto
it stops in
posible.
Mexico as soon as
Pero
possible.
no podemos hacerlo solos.
But
El
we cannot
Estado
do it
tiene un
alone.
presupuesto
The state
limitado.
has a limited
Aunque
budget,
tenga técnicos,
although we have
necesitamos la base
technicians and we
privada
need
trabajar juntos,
a
pero
private enterprise,
necesitamos la organización de
but
la
we need
sociedad
the
civil.
organization of the civil
Entonces,
society.
creo
So I believe
que en
that
general
in
cierro
general, and I close with
mencionando
this
que
by saying that
todos nos necesitamos.
we
En el
all
caso de
need,
la
in the
agricultura es
case
un
of
elemento
agriculture,
que
the
une
agriculture
a
is an
todos los
element that
actores en un
it
país,
joins all the
inclusive a
different
nivel
stakeholders in
general
a country,
en el
and it
mundo.
joins us
A medida
in
que
the
hay más
world. There are
definición de políticas, en
concrete
general la
measures that are politic measures. And our countries have tons of laws and regulations, and many times what they need is that application. There are aspects that are key, like, for example, the access to financing, the access to technology, and improving the merchandising that many times is not seen, and that we have to pay more attention to. That there are history of some 70 years of work and with the OPPs, and this is something that has to be reviewed, this is something that has to be studied, and that the agro-food systems, just like the people, need that constant visit to be able to reach that objective, that final objective, without destroying the environment, but also without having the social part be left behind. So I celebrate, and luckily we are going through this, and I am at your service so that we can continue on building with greater effectiveness in the region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary Suazo. And as always, thank you very much for the context, putting the context of Honduras into the discussion and the support that you always provide to the institutionality that we are creating here. Now, we are going to stay here in Central America. We are going to ask the Vice Minister, Mary Ching, from Costa Rica, to talk. And I would like to tell the Director General and other Costa Ricans that have been speaking that she is purple. So she is with a good team of Costa Rica. So please pay attention to her. Okay, this is a football joke, soccer football joke. Okay, thank you very much to all of you. Thank you for that introduction, the panel members, and all the guests. First of all, thanks. Please forgive the minister who was going to be assist to this, but due to a last-minute change in his agenda, I had to come and represent the ministry. In regard to the first point, which is the adjustment of policies for the inclusion of producers, women producers, and youth, we come from a diagnosis that we currently have in Costa Rica, and it's a very little participation of women in the topic of agriculture. We have that out of 100% of the agriculture producers, we exceed a little over 10%, according to the records of what is the representation of women in culture. So there we have a great challenge as a ministry for the inclusion. So in this sense, we do require a change of policies. We need to visualize new techniques to be able to include the woman, that apart from that is the head of household, and that it has been demonstrated in evidence that she never leaves aside her activity within the household. So very little ago, they made a very nice project through the INTA, which is the investigation organism of the Ministry of Agriculture, in which they involved a group of women to work on protected environments. And this is something that allowed them not to have to go too far from their household and be able to continue on carrying out her activities and be the support of their household. But this requires a lot of support and a lot of technology coming from the private sector, the public sector, the academia, and even from the international stakeholders, the organizations. We also have, in regard to the youth, that we presented a situation in which the families of producers send their youth to study, and therefore these do not continue with the productive task that their parents have been carrying out. In that sense, we need to bring new projects that are attractive, that are business models for agro-production, where they can see beyond planting the field, but also generating an income and generating wealth. Why not to say so? To generate wealth for their families and to maintain and be able to stay in the field. How can we do that? Well, by applying the technology, formalizing those producer associations that in many of the cases are there without any formality. And that's why we require a preparation. We need an effective participation within the ministry. In regard to the technology, it's necessary to have a great step of within the ministry. We have like 30 years that we have been evolving technologically, in the last 10 years even more. And since I am the mother of 3 children, it's incredible. Now they are born with a chip that everything that is difficult for us, they do it with a simple click. So we need that technology to be incorporated within the sector, the agro-food system, and that it might be attractive to them, that they might be attractive models. In regard to the second point of how to strengthen those mechanisms of collaboration, interinstitutional collaboration, we have to make changes. We have to make changes in regard to the training. We have to promote the training. We have to work jointly. The Ministry of Agriculture is a sector that is very large in Costa Rica. It is made up by 16 institutions. Out of them, 11 are within the CAM, and this administration mainly. I have 10 years of being in the Ministry of Agriculture, although I have very little in the position of Vice Minister, but I do have a long trajectory, I would say, and I know very well what has been the operation throughout the years in the ministry. And in this administration, I have seen a great change, and it is the articulation between all the different institutions. Before, we had an institution that investigated, or institutions that investigated, for example, the case of the stable fly. It was investigated by the phytosanitary service of the state, by the SENASA, and at the end, they didn't share among themselves the results. So in many of the cases, they would go abroad, and in many of the cases they would even reach the producers because there was no articulation with the Directory of Extension or Outreach. In this administration, the minister has been or has carried out a great leadership in regard to bringing all the institutions to work jointly. And that is something that is fundamental to be able to make the change. It is a new view, and from that, we also have new opportunities, a better use of all the resources and the contributions that are provided also by the international organisms. In regard to the concrete measures that the ministry can opt for or adopt, the ministry adopted a new policy in 2023 that is for 9 years, from 2023 to 2032, and a national plan also for 5 years. And this policy has 4 fundamental axes. The first one is the modernization of the state. And in that, we have already begun. With that, something that we have begun. The Ministry of Agriculture has undergone reorganizations, about 8 or 9, I would say, reorganizations internally, in which they have attracted their administrative part. Before they had judicial advisory in 4 institutions. We had the Office of Human Resources in 4 different institutions, the phytosanitary and the INSAS and AXAMAC. And now all of them have come together in one single working group that is under the charge of the ministry, leaving to the functions, the technical duties as such, and the strengthening that technical support. That institutional support has also allowed to strengthen the National Outreach Division with approximately 70 new incomes in the part of outreachers so that they can support the producers. And it is fundamental for the modernization of the state. We have presented a law proposal that is in the legislative flow to modernize even more the governmental apparatus in the agro sector. The promotion of the competitivity is important and mandatory for the ministry. In that sense, the Director of Outreach has led great projects in bioinput, projects with NAMAS. We have 5 projects in the execution of NAMAS, 3 in development or in scaling, and another 2 that are in the phase of initiatives. We have the production and sustainability. Between the production and sustainability, we have the INTA carrying out research for genetic improvement to provide the producers better varieties, products that are more resilient, and we also have the phytosanitary service, making a new inclusion of molecules that guarantees the sustainability and a smaller effect to the environment. We have the production of bioinput. In this, of the inclusion of new molecules, it is something that is very important because We have carried out the process with homologation of other countries that has allowed us to have a record registry that we didn't have in the last 20 years for new options for the producers. In regard to SENASA and FC, they have articulated to carry out better trainings through the National Learning Institute, the INA, and also through the National Extension Institute to be able to train the producers in good agricultural practices. There are projects being developed to see how we can regulate better the good agricultural practices on the side of the producers, so that we might have a smaller effect on the environment, so that there is a decarbonization, that we can improve all the climate change, and that we may be part of this world project that is to plant with better methods and taking care of the environment. And up to there, this is my participation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice Minister. And as you have seen here, there are changes also since the last time what you say about the small producers here in Costa Rica and also the Secretariat in Honduras. It's very important. When people think about Brazil, they don't think about small producers. They think about large producers, but honestly, there are many small producers over there. And it is important to think, to see what we think as a representative of the Ministry of Agriculture in Brazil. How does Brazil react in a larger way with all this? We also have some football games. We have different followers from different teams here. They're from Flamenco and Gremio. I'm not going to choose which one. I'm not going to choose a side here because both of them are very big soccer football teams, and they have a lot of followers. So please share with us a perspective of Brazil, enormous, gigantic in all this hemisphere. How do you take care of your small producers?
Bueno, gracias.
Thank you.
Me gustaría de...
I would like to...
Vou falar português.
No, I'm going to speak Portuguese because my Spanish it doesn't correspond to this level of event. First, I would like to thank the FIDA for the invitation. We are here sharing with you our vision of the trends and of what Brazil has done with regard to family agriculture. First of all, I think that it is important to make a context of the agricultural situation in Brazil, the agro and livestock situation, because in Brazil we have an agro-livestock sector, agricultural sector that is very thriving, and this agricultural sector is made up by a very big diversity of establishments and types of producers. In view of this context, and from such different demands between the agricultures, since the year 2000, they have created two ministries. We have the Ministry of Agriculture that works precisely with the larger producers, the large and small producers, and we have the Ministry of Agricultural Development, the MDA, which is the one that I represent here, that works with the public and the public of the family producers. So out of them, we have this, out in Brazil, we have this double reality. The ministry here that develops and that was registered to the government and was incorporated to the structure of the government now into 2023, in the beginning of the current government. Starting there, much of the policies during this period that the ministry has been there. Also, all the measures disappeared. A very important program like the acquisition of food, which is one of the big policies of the ministry. It was extinct, and then it was rebuilt in 2023. That is the reality that I'm going to talk to you about a little bit today. That the reality of the Ministry for Agricultural Development and Family Agricultural Development.
Então, para começar, né, qual que é a
to begin,
missão do Ministério do Desenvolvimento Agrário?
what is the Ministry of the
Agricultura familiar,
Agricultural
democratização,
Development
democratizar o
Ministry?
acesso à terra,
To strengthen
proporcionar produção
the production, to
sustentável, de
make
alimentos
democratically
saudáveis
access
ao
to
povo
land so that way they
brasileiro
can
e
promote
promover o bem
the sustainable
viver da
and the
população do
promotion of,
campo, das águas e
and
da
that we can
floresta.
see the
E
population
aí,
of the field
eu quero destacar
and out in the forest. I would
uma
like to point out
parte desse conteúdo, né, porque a
a phase
agricultura
of this
familiar,
content
como
because
eu fiz
the
uma
family
fala
agriculture,
ontem, né, no Brasil, a agricultura familiar no
as I mentioned
Brasil, o
yesterday, the
conceito
family
de
agriculture in
agricultura
Brazil
familiar mudou muito
is
do
the concept
início,
of family
da
agricultures
discussão do
or
que seria
producers that has
agricultura
changed a
familiar
lot since
para
the
o que é
beginning.
agricultura familiar
Since the
hoje,
beginning of the
né?
discussion of what was
Então,
a
quando
family
anos, aos 90,
production
quando
of
falava
what
de
it is
agricultura
nowadays. In the
familiar, era o agricultor típico
previous
que
years,
a
when you
gente
talked about
vê
the
na região sul
family
do
producers,
Brasil,
these are the
né?
producers that we see in the southern
Agricultores com
part of
pequenas
Brazil.
áreas,
The
cuja renda
producers
vem
with small areas,
preponderantemente da atividade agrícola,
some income
com
that
o
comes
trabalho da
mainly
família e gestão pela
from
família.
work of the family and
Né, com
also
as mudanças sociais,
uh,
ambientais que
for the
houveram
support
aí
of the
nos
family. And
últimos
now,
20,
but
30
nevertheless, with the
anos,
environmental
esse
changes
conceito ele
that
foi
there have been in the
ampliado,
last
né?
20,
Então, a
30
gente,
years, that this
hoje,
concept has
quando fala de
changed
agricultura
or expanded.
familiar,
Now, when we talk
a
about
gente
family
está
producers,
falando de público
we are
muito
talking
amplo.
about
Não está falando só
broader
desse
public,
produtor
a broader
que
audience.
está
We're talking not talking
realmente
about that producer
na sua
that is
propriedade produzindo
in his own
produtos
property producing
agropecuários. A gente está falando hoje
livestock,
também
agricultural livestock
de
products.
público
Now we're
de
talking about an
extrativistas que vivem
audience of
principalmente na
strategists
floresta
that live
amazônica, né?
in
Que
the
vivem da
Amazonic forest
extração de
that
produtos da
work
sociobiodiversidade.
live from the
A gente está
extraction
falando de
of
pescadores
the products of
artesanais
biodiversity.
que
We're talking
vivem
about
nas beiras
artisan
dos
fishery
rios, né,
that live
pescando
on
e
the sides
vendendo
of
seus
rivers, fishing
pescados nos
and
mercados
selling
locais.
their
A gente
fish
está
in the
falando de
local markets.
indígenas que produzem
And we're talking about
artesanato
indigenous
e
that
que
produce
produzem algumas peças para serem
arts and
vendidas. A gente
crafts,
está falando
and they
de
produce some tools that have to be
comunidades
sold.
quilombolas, que são os
So we talk
remanescentes
about communities
da
that are
escravidão, que também produzem e vendem seus
part of
produtos nos
the
mercados.
slavery, and
Então,
that they
esse é
sell
o
these
público
products
da
in their
agricultura
markets.
familiar
And
hoje.
so it
E
is the
aí,
public
né, a gente
of
e também dos agricultores
nowadays.
urbanos e
And from there
periurbanos, né?
also
Recentemente
about
foi
the urban
incorporado ao nosso
producers and
ministério
interurban producers
a competência
that
de
we have in the
apoiar
ministry,
os agricultores urbanos e
the
periurbanos,
competencies
um
of
público
supporting
bastante
the
distinto
peri-urban
daquele que a gente estava
producers,
acostumado
a public that is somewhat
trabalhar
different to
até
that we are
então,
accustomed
né?
to
Que
working
são
with up to this
pessoas
moment.
urbanas que estão
These are
desenvolvendo
urban people
agricultura nas regiões
that are
urbanas,
developing
com
agriculture in the
características
urban
bastante
regions
distintas
with
dos
characteristics that are
agricultores que
very
a gente
different to
trabalha
those
em geral.
agricultures or producers that work generally, that we work with generally.
E aí, diante dessa diversidade, né,
And
a
in view of
gente
this
tem uma
diversity,
outra diversidade para trabalhar, né?
we have another
Que é
diversity
essa
to be able to work
distribuição
with
da
it,
agricultura familiar
which is the distribution of the
territorialmente. A gente
family
está falando de um país
producers
com dimensões
territorially. We're talking about a
gigantescas,
country
né?
with
E que
gigantic
tem uma
dimensions,
diversidade muito
and
grande de
that has a
situações.
diversity that is
Então, aqui eu tenho uma
a big
tabela,
diversity of
né,
situations. So there
que eu
we have a table.
trouxe.
Here we have a
Tem no
table that I
Brasil
brought. What do we have
em
in
torno de
Brazil?
5 milhões de estabelecimentos agrícolas.
We have 5 million of establishments, agricultural establishments, and out of those,
agricultores familiares. Então, grande parte
76.8% comes from family agriculture.
Apesar da
And so,
agricultura
great part
familiar
of
ter
these
a maior
establishments come from
parte
family agriculture or
proporção
family
de terras
producers, in spite of the fact that they might have a smaller proportion of land that is executable in Brazil.
Diante disso,
And so,
como que está distribuído
in view of this,
familiar? Esses dados são do
how
censo de
is the agriculture
2017,
distributed?
tá? Que é o mais recente que a gente
This
tem no
is
Brasil.
data coming from the census of 2017, which is
Essa
the
distribuição é bem diferente,
most recent
né?
census
Então,
that
a
we
gente
have in
tem
Brazil. This
regiões
distribution is
onde a
very different,
agricultura familiar é muito predominante.
we have regions in where the agriculture predominates, for example, the northeast,
Sul.
the southwest, and the south.
Por que essa distinção, né? Por conta da
And
história,
why this
da
difference? Well,
forma de colonização do
it is due to the
Brasil,
history
né,
and the way of the colonization took place in Brazil.
Bem, mas aí a
It
gente
was a
pega
complete
lá na
historical
última
process, but
coluna o percentual
we
de
can see there
agricultores
at
familiares
the last
reativados.
column
Aqui são
the
basicamente
percentage
cooperativas,
of
não tô falando de todas as organizações,
small
tô falando
producers
só das
cooperatives.
cooperativas mesmo, mas é pra
Here
gente
I'm
ter uma
talking only
noção
about
de
the ones that
como
are part
essa
members of
tendência
cooperatives.
organizacional ela é muito diferente. Então, nós temos regiões
Yeah, so that we can have an
onde,
idea of how this trend it can be different in different
bastante,
places.
a organização é bastante forte, né? Na região
The,
sul,
organiz-
na,
the
no
organization is
centro-oeste,
very
no
strong,
sudeste. Agora, quando vamos para o
and the
nordeste, essa situação
southeast,
é
and then when we're
bem,
going to the north,
é bem,
northeast,
né,
the
o nível
situation,
organizacional é bem menor. E
the
isso
level
lá
of
faz parte,
organization,
né,
it's
justamente da
even less,
história
and it's
de como
just there.
essas regiões elas
It's
foram
based in the
colonizadas, como
story of
foram
how these
ocupadas
regions
e
were
principalmente
colonized and
as questões
occupied, and
ambientais também,
mostly
tá?
of the
E isso,
environmental
gente,
issues as
por que eu
well.
estou destacando
This,
tanto essa questão? Porque em
why am I
termos de política
mentioning this?
pública,
Because
essa é uma
in
questão muito
terms of
importante
public
para a gente
policies, this
no
is a
Ministério.
very important
E são
aspect for us,
realidades
for the
bastante
ministry,
distintas. Então, a gente tem uma
because
região
its
sul,
reality is
né,
completely different. We have a
um nível
southern
organizacional
region that
muito
has
grande
a level of
relativamente brasileiro
organization that is
comparado no
quite
Brasil,
high
onde o sistema
compared to the rest
cooperativo, o
of
sistema
Brazil, in which the system
associativo
of
está
cooperatives
consolidado,
and
né?
associations is very
Onde
well
os
consolidated.
produtores, por conta desse
And
nível
and
organizacional,
the
têm acesso
farmers,
às
small
políticas
scale
públicas.
farmers,
Então, por
due to
exemplo,
that level of
quando a gente fala da
organization, they have
questão do
access to
crédito,
public
não há
policies. So when we
dificuldade de
work, for
viabilizar o
example,
acesso
with
ao
credits,
crédito
there
por
are
conta
no
dessa região sul e
difficulties to have
sudeste.
access to
Já é uma
credits
realidade muito distinta no
and to
norte e
financial
nordeste, né?
resources, but
Então,
it's
no norte e
completely different
nordeste,
in the
o norte,
northern part
principalmente
and the
por conta das
northeastern part
distâncias, né, do
due
custo
to the
Amazônia, que é muito alto
distances and the
para você
cost of
executar a
the
política,
Amazon
né,
that is very
do
high to be able to
isolamento,
execute
ele
public policies
torna
there due to
ele
isolation.
torna-se um problema
And
muito
that
grande quando a
comes
gente
back
fala em questões
to become a
organizacionais.
very
E
large
isso para a
issue when
gente
we're
é uma
talking about
questão muito
organizational problems.
importante, né?
To
Por
us,
quê?
that's a very
Porque
important thing.
trabalhar
Why?
na região norte, quando a gente
Because we
fala em
have to
organização,
work in the
sempre é
northern
bastante
region when we're
difícil,
talking about
tá?
organization. It's
Hoje a
always very
gente,
difficult.
sempre que está
Today,
discutindo política pública, a gente
every time that we talk
dificuldade em
about
fazer
public
acontecer a
policies,
política
it's
na
very
região da
difficult
Amazônia,
to
justamente por
create,
causa
to
desses empecilhos.
actually
Então, e
work
aí, né,
with public policies in the
essa
Amazonia,
necessidade da gente
in the
ajustar,
Amazon area.
né, as
So there
políticas
is a
à
need that we need
realidade
to
daquela
adjust
região, ela é
these
muito grande. E aí,
policies to
nesse
the
ponto, eu
reality and the
acho que
context
também
of this
entrando nos
region.
assuntos das
In that
questões,
sense,
as
and talking
parcerias,
about
elas
different
têm sido
issues,
fundamentais para a execução das políticas públicas na
the
região norte,
partnerships
né?
have been
Então,
absolutely key to
exemplo
execute
básico, né,
public
o
policies in the
Ministério tem
northern
uma
region.
parceria com
For
a
example, the
GIZ,
ministry
que é
has
da
a very
República
good
Dominicana,
partnership with the
né, e
GIDS,
com uma
the
organização chamada
GATESET,
Conexus,
which is the
para
German
desenvolvimento
International
de valores de
Cooperation
crédito. Uma
Agency,
coisa tão
to
básica, né, que é
activate
o acesso
different
ao
credits,
crédito.
something as
Lá na
basic as
região
just
norte
access to
precisamos construir
credit
uma
in the
rede
northern
para
region.
conseguir
We really
levar
need to
o
create a
acesso ao
network
crédito
to be able
ao
to
agricultor, ao
give
extrativista.
access
Então, é
to these
literalmente uma
farmers
pessoa
to
da
credit. So
comunidade que vai
literally,
atrás
it's
do
a
público da
person in
agricultura
the
familiar
community
e
that
tentar
runs
viabilizar o acesso ao
behind
crédito dessas pessoas.
family
Então, é uma
farming
situação bastante diferente
organizations
que a
just
gente
to
tem na
grant
região
them
sul,
access
por
to
exemplo.
credits. It's
Então,
a
as
completely
parcerias, né,
different
que a gente
situation to what's
no
going on
Ministério, na região
in the
norte, têm
south.
sido
In the
fundamentais
southern region,
para fazer acontecer as
partnerships have been
políticas
absolutely
públicas.
fundamental so that
E além
public
disso,
policies
né,
can actually
outra
happen.
coisa muito
On top
importante
of that, something that
que
is really
caracteriza
important
também
that
a
characterizes
atuação é a questão
the actions
não só porque quando a gente discute nível organizacional, né, a gente
when
está
we talk
discutindo uma
about
questão que
the
já
level
está
of
evoluída,
at the
né, dentro
organizational level, we
da,
discuss something that
do
has already
processo
been
organizacional da
evolved
agricultura, mas são
within the
cooperativas é um
process, in the
processo construído há
organizational
muito
process. When we
tempo.
talk about
E lá na região
cooperativism,
norte, em muitas
it's a
regiões
process
do
that
norte, a
has
gente tem
been
outro problema,
constructed for a
que é
while
um
in the
problema
northern
que
part.
hoje é
That's a
prioritário
completely
para o
different issue.
Ministério, que é a questão
Today,
do
this is a
acesso à
priority
terra, da
for the
posse dos
ministry.
territórios e do
Access
reconhecimento desse espaço. Por
to
quê? Não
land
há organização,
to owning
não há
land
acesso à
because there is
política
no
se você não tem a
organization,
posse ou o
there
direito
is
de
no
uso dos
access to public
territórios.
policies.
E essa é a
And if you do
situação
not have the
majoritária
right
na
to
região
own the land
norte,
or
né?
to
Então
use
nós
the
temos
land, it's a
uma grande
situation that
quantidade
exists
de
mostly in
agricultores
the
que não têm
region. We
acesso,
have
não
a
têm
lot of
o título
farmers
da
that
terra,
have no
portanto não
access to
podem
owning
acessar
the
boa
land. They
parte das
don't
nossas
have
políticas.
deeds
E a
for the
gente
land and they
tem
cannot have access to most of our policies.
ativistas
And
indígenas,
then we
quilombolas, que
have
não têm
a
o
lot of
direito de
indigenous
uso dos
peoples
recursos, não têm o
that
direito ao acesso
don't
à terra e
have the
também não
right
têm
to
acesso às
use
políticas.
the
Então,
resources
quando a
or the
gente
land
pensa em
because they don't
trabalhar a
have
nível
access to those
organizacional,
policies. So
né, em
when we
algumas regiões, a gente
start
ainda tem que
talking
trabalhar
about
com
at
esse
the
ponto anterior aos
organizational level,
anos,
we
né,
really have to
que é
work
o
around
direito de ser
issues that come from the past, just the right to be recognized as a people, the right to have access to credits, to get out of informal economy and become part of the formal economy, just to become organized. Those are issues that need to be addressed and that has taken time to address in our ministry, and that has to do with access to the land and recognition of that.
Da agricultura familiar. Quando a gente fala ainda em cooperativismo, né?
When we talk about cooperativism
E organização dos produtores,
and
né?
associations and family farming organizations, it's a very classical issue as part of our ministry. And we have some important reasons, mostly that are driven by two programs that look to promote the organization. It's the program called Majestão and Cooperar Brasil. This first program was created to strengthen FFOs that exist as part of all the scenario. So Majestão, this program is operated by different universities and colleges, federal colleges in Brazil, because these universities and federal colleges have a very, very clear picture of the different regions, the rural regions, the remote regions in Brazil. This federal system of education is extremely socialized and have access to different territories. I did talk about that before. The Magistral program through these universities, through these federal colleges, looks to provide more assistance for cooperatives and cooperatives management. So this is a set of technical assistance actions and training, TTA, mostly in way of providing all of these attention to different regions and providing investment for the cooperatives. On the other hand, it plays a very important role because this program makes it possible to conduct research investigation when it comes to cooperativism issues. All of these organizations are working in this sector alongside these universities and these federal colleges. So we're using this tool as an instrument to conduct these research investigations. And that has rendered very interesting results for us. They have been topped. Our main issue right now is how to scale up, because we do have public policies that are small scale, and every time that it works, the issue always becomes how to scale it up and to make it accessible for all. And that is the main issue we need to address right now. Another policy that has been highlighted as of late is Coopera Mais Brasil. It is an interministerial program that involves different ministries, for example, agriculture development, health, work, in order to create a supranational policy that looks to address all of these historical issues and social issues. That is a little bit what we talked about yesterday from the health perspective, from the fiscal perspective, the labor force per se. So in Brazil, this program is looking to provide a set of actions to try and overcome all of these roadblocks in order to streamline cooperativism in Brazil. Another important point, and that has already been discussed is access to market. Today, discussion around access to market is extremely important, because when we talk about access to market, we're talking about food non-safety, we're talking about price control. So in Brazil, it happens, as it happens around the world, we're going through a phase of high prices due to climate change, due to geopolitical reasons, And there have been different reasons that have been just triggering all of this situation. The same in Brazil as in the rest of the world, and there are variances in prices. So the issue of access to market has become of the utmost importance. In Brazil, we do have a very strong policy on acquisition of food. The ministry in 2024 executed about 1 billion reais with this policy. It is a very consolidated policy around FFOs in Brazil, so much so that a large part of these family farming organizations have access to different lines of credit, and we have developed a source of revenue in this institutional market for FFOs. So, and because of that, the success of this policy has been so good that the resources are not enough to actually address all of the demand by the FFOs. So the resource volume has been increased, and the ministry is looking to strengthen other initiatives of access to market, because in the end it's not sufficient to simply work in a channel of commercialization. We really need to create other challenges as to reduce dependency of the government on different revenue streams. So which are the actions that we're taking, that have been taken so far in the organization? Which are these supply centrals? These are spaces in urban areas, and their objectives are to gather or to collect the products of different small-scale farmers. It's like a distribution center, so they will collect the products, and it's a logistics hub to drop the products so that they can be distributed regionally. These distribution centers, these DCs, are actually one of the good policies by the government, because it does provide an alternative for small-scale farmers, and it comes to strengthen their logistics, and so they can be included in different channels of commercialization. And it comes to strengthen also the supply chain of big cities. And at the same time, it helps share all the high prices, or to fight high prices. Another trend that has taken the forefront as of late is the strengthening of private commercialization or channels, or private trade channels. I don't know what your experience is in other countries, but when it comes to the public sector in Brazil, the government has this difficulty to negotiate with the private sector, and we need to overcome that. Our actions in relation to the private sector are very modest, but now we have been working a lot in commercialization with the private sector. We are now discussing a policy in Brazil that will come to ensure or to guarantee a system in the supermarkets and small markets, spaces where the FFOs can sell their products, and just encourage the Brazilian citizenship to buy from FFOs. This is going to be a very important venue, because it's going to allow for FFOs to actually place their products in venues of high transit close to the DCs, which for us is very, very interesting, because that comes to strengthen the creation of territories for the products. I also wanted to say, last but not least, two very important points. First off, the importance of FFOs, of family farming organizations, and working together alongside with the government in the northern part of Brazil. And we've got different initiatives that have helped us overcome roadblocks around FFOs. So we have a big project with FIDA in the northeastern part of Brazil, which is Toma de Câmara, which is the third edition. This project is very important because it provides for the opportunity to create actions that will come to develop not only FFOs in the production area, but also the creation of territories for local actions. This is a very important project, and we have the mitigation and adaptation. These FFOs are not only part of the trade chamber, but in it's part of the mitigation initiatives in other parts of Brazil. And as we discussed yesterday with Sergio Schneider, we did approach the different impacts in Brazil, which have been significant. All the joint work has been very welcome. And lastly, I would also like to talk about the fact that despite the financing restrictions and that the budgetary constraints that we have got today in Brazil today, and that's a delicate situation because part of the budgets that are related to public policies are in the hands of, we've got this Ministry of Agricultural Development from 2023-2024. They had 1 billion reais to promote these policies, but now that last year in 2024, these politicians had 52 billion reais to promote these policies and these departments, and we are facing this reality that a very large portion of these resources are in the hands of these Congress people, congressmen and congresswomen. And what happens when it comes to public policies where we have an ever-increasing dependency on the Congress to strengthen the public policies in Brazil? Because the resources that gets to the ministries is actually very, very small. A very large portion stays in Congress. And when we're talking about federal services, we really have to chase them down to get their financial support as to be able to execute our policies and priority projects within government. That is a delicate power situation, and unfortunately, we have that dependency, and it has been increased in the latest years. And I'm going to put that on the table for a discussion because despite the many actions we have taken, set of actions, set of policies and projects that are very broad and very diversified, our situations are extremely constrained due to budgetary limitations, due to that dependency on the Congress that was created in Brazil. I wanted to talk and present that to you. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Raquel. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Mario, Leslie, I don't know how long we've got for a Q&A session. We've got 10 minutes. I think it's really important to make the most of the presence of the government representatives. We've got 3 women and 2 men that are government officials. I don't know. I don't know if anybody has a question for these government officials. Let me see. Let me see. First over here, then over there.
No, Luis, adelante, Luis.
Luis, go right ahead, sir.
No hay micrófono.
There are no microphones.
Sí. Una ronda breve.
This will be a brief round, 2 or 3 questions.
Adelante.
Go right ahead, sir. Good morning. Wencer Benjarano. I am the representative of PDR here in Costa Rica. I wanted to ask to the panelists, is it possible that at the country level, at the level of different countries and sister nations, can we create a concrete, precise, direct, forthcoming um, public policy to strengthen FFOs? Because that's a shortcoming always. Family farming organizations don't want anything for sure, but they need a positive change. Having said that, is we do need a public policy in which FFOs don't have to pignorate their land. They don't have to give their land as a collateral for a credit with a passive rate, interest rate of maybe just 1%. And then the small scale farmers need that support with, for example, a harvest insurance policy during periods to start their payments of the credit, that there is a solidarity bond provided by an escrow account by a big company. For example, I I am a registered small-scale farmer. By law, I need to be registered, so it's very easy to see where my land is. Maybe just provide a strong system of bonds or escrow guarantees for small-scale farmers. Thank you. And a very important thing, it seems to me that international organizations like the IBD, the World Bank, FIDA, FAO, they are playing a very important role with governments in terms of working the adaptations or the improvements of the policies and internal programs to mitigate and adapt due to climate change. We are seeing a lot of progress in these partnerships that I believe it's very important that we highlight. I'd like to ask of two important issues here. I know a little bit the experience of public markets in Brazil for um, the feeding of children in schools, the army, and hospitals that have made great progress. But also, I'd like to hear about from the other countries of internal initiatives where we're talking about um, feeding of children in school or in school children, but we're also talking about public markets, a broad market, an ample market that is controlled by the government. Is there an opportunity for FFOs to enter this type of markets? I believe that's a very important strategy that will be complementary with other channels. That's my question for Honduras and Costa Rica. Public purchasing initiatives. And another important and essential point is the assessment of public policies in the ministries and the FFO targeted public policies and programs. Are they working? What are the results? What are the impacts on productivity, on ROI, in women empowerment? Thank you. Thank you, Luis. Once more, one more question, Sergio. Sergio, we don't have any more time. We already have to the other discussion. So we're going to have this one more question and then we're going to let the government officials answer. Thank you for the opportunity. I think that the issue of access to market and public policies is absolutely critical today. But in my opinion, public policies still have one direction, and it is production, financing, technology, seeds, the technical part. Nevertheless, the critical issue for access to market for these FFOs is logistics. Is logistics. How to get your market from the rural area to the venues where they're going to be traded, where they're going to be sold. At the urban level, there is another big issue, which are all of these venues that Mr. Alvarez spoke of from Colombia. they have no venues to trade their products or to enter the commerce of their products. And that's an important issue to governance and coordination at the different government levels with local governments and at the domestic level with the different ministries, because very many times local governments lack the resources to create these venues or to finance these opportunities. But if there is political will at the ministry level, I wanted to ask about that. Is there domestic or country level coordination to be able to overcome these critical issues of access to market spaces where FFOs can have access to commercialize their products? Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's do Honduras first. As I said, please go right ahead and answer whichever questions. Madam Secretary, please go ahead.
En primer lugar,
First off,
sí, me escuchan bien.
let me see, can you folks hear
En
me?
primer lugar,
Well, first off,
creo que
I believe
una
that
de las preguntas que
one of the
enfocaba el
questions
tema de compras públicas
addressing public purchasing, that's extremely on point.
los estados
The
los
governments,
gobiernos, vamos a decir, tienen una gran cantidad
they
de
have
compras y esas
a
compras deben
big
dirigirse a nuestros
need to
productores
purchase, and that
Hay varias
purchase
lecciones
should be
aprendidas que deben
provided. That
superarse.
purchasing system should be
Nosotros
provided
hemos
for
dado
by
pasos
the
en diferentes
FFOs.
esquemas en
We
como la
are
reforma escolar.
making a firm
Vamos a
transition when it
muchas
comes
reformas
to school
escolar para poder
cafeterias. We still have to address a large need. We are barely covering 1.3 million children, and it's not even enough, not even close to enough. But that is thanks to a successful local purchasing from FFOs. But there are no policies, there are no regulations, so we need to create that so that these purchasing can take place with the necessary transparency and probity, of course. So in a mandatory way, I believe local purchasing is one of the solutions. That Bejarano spoke of a public policy on specifically for Central America. I am in complete agreement with you. In about 1 week, we're going to have a meeting with the Minister of Agriculture of Costa Rica, and it will be my commitment to you to talk to the minister and see how we can address that in the Central American region. Nevertheless, there is a prevalence of different policies in different countries. So I believe that's our immediate scope of action. And also the organizations that are here, FAO, EECA, and the World Bank, the IBD, that have a presence in all of the countries, we could reach an agreement in this sense. Now, regarding access to market and venues and how to get FFOs to be able to commercialize their products in different venues, that has to do with governance, and it has to be addressed locally, what comes from the local governments, because that will have a greater impact in the base of the pyramid. There are certain efforts to promote this type of work, but we do need a dynamic economy. But sometimes it's also limited due to the additional taxes that local governments are charging to our FFOs. And they seem to be very, very steep sometimes. So we need to work with joint products on seed capital, for example. And there was this comment also from you folks about the emphasis on production. I believe this is a topic that needs to be researched because most of the work here in the public sector, but before when I wasn't, it's actually demanding our attention. FFOs, cooperatives, associations, farmers associations, they no longer want to be just part of production. They want to scale up. They want to own different links in the supply chain. We've been able to see it very successfully in coffee production cooperatives and then the cacao farmers as well. They are actually processing their product and taking their products into national markets. We are part of Mano de la Mano from the government. It's a project that looks to provide technical assistance and train FFOs on how to take their raw material, process it, and create added value products so that there can be access to market to that. And we're trying to attract foreign investors as to be able to inject capital in this type of national strategy of agricultural commercialization that we didn't have in the past and that we believe to be extremely important for small scale farmers, but also for mid-size and large companies, because this is the roadmap that we need to follow to have a successful access to market route. Uh, so the ROI will actually be increased from the production process. If we only produce FFOs, they'll never stop being small-scale farmers. If we focus this with one more link in the chain, something that adds value, we know that they will have a greater probability of success. If we, for example, join that with the link of transportation or transport, then the investment becomes even more important. It's just changing the paradigm and interpretation of the work we do at the local level and integrating all of those levels that we have mentioned. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Madam Vice Minister. Well, thank you very much. Good morning. From the Ministry of Agriculture, we have promoted different actions searching for financing for small-scale farmers. As Wenceslao says, the Ministry of Agriculture, there is a record of PIMPAs, which is SMEs, small and medium-scale producers. We have 5 billion colones with fixed interest rates of 4% during the credit term and with collaterals of up to 75%. We have recently approved a project with the World Bank that looks to benefit farmer women in rural areas, and these are projects that are being developed right now, but it's always coming back to square number one. We need to strengthen the ministry first and modernize it, and we're working hand in hand to do that. We also presented a project of agricultural insurance policies, but that was filed by the Congress, unfortunately, but we're trying to work with all of the political roadblocks that are put on our way. Thank you very much, Doña Mari. Doña Raquel, please. In Brazil, we've got a set of policies targeted to family farming that is very well consolidated. Many of these policies from the very beginning of the 2000s, we do have a credit program. We have a food purchasing program, which is a little bit more recent. And there is a set of policies that are well strengthened. It's not enough, it's not sufficient yet, but the ones we've got have been strengthened. And that is a reflection of the creation of the Ministry of Agricultural Development, because it's a set of policies that have been created by this ministry and that have been consolidated from within the ministry. Now, regarding what you mentioned the assessment of public policies that really is a constraint from those that execute this, so in general terms, at a very high level, how do we know what the impact of the policies is? Well, that is through academia that will systemize the information, and we as a government have access to that material, and we use these assessments as a parameter. But as of today, we do consider, given the volume of resources, for example, the food purchasing program or the PRONAFE, which is the credit program, the comptroller's office in the government has demanded specific methodologies to assess these policies. For example, today we are putting an end, and this year there is a methodology coming to an end, and we're starting with a of these food purchasing program and new requirements, because the government had to create a proprietary methodology to be able to assess and evaluate this program. Only when we're called upon providing on being accountable, it is then that we're going to create public policies for accounting, for
I would like to mention something also that that you mentioned also, Luis, and it's regarding the international organisms. The international organisms, it is very important because today, with the issue of adaptation and mitigation, we in Brazil, we have no problem or no difficulty in accessing international resources for projects that involve the Amazon. Due to the environmental importance that it has. So a good part of the agencies or the alliances that we have are aimed at the Amazon. Like, for example, the Cámara. The problem is that the environmental problem is generalized. It's not centered only in the Amazon. For example, it is what happened at the end of last year with a situation in the Rio Grande do Sul. Due to the floodings, there was a situation in different rural spaces in which the land was washed away with the water, so it was not possible to carry out the agriculture in those territories. So therefore, to be able to recover that land or that soil, we needed very high resources. Several projects that were created with the intention of raising resources to be able to potentiate this reconstruction of Rio Grande do Sul. We had a very big difficulty in accessing those resources because we didn't have any available resources for that region. If the project was for the Amazon, yes, but if it's for the South region, no, we were not able to obtain the funds for that. At the end, I think that only one of the projects with very limited resources, the ministry was able to obtain to be able to make it and apply it to Rio Grande do Sul. So we had a situation that was very difficult when we are not talking about the Amazon biomass. For the international agencies, that's the situation that we have, that in the Cerrado, that one of the regions of drought is being destroyed. We have the bioma of the Atlantic coastline that is almost all destroyed, and we cannot reconstruct it. We are not able to obtain resources for projects that would support the reconstruction of those assets because many part of the resources are taken to the Amazon region. Today, we are facing that situation. And finally, I would like to talk about the logistics. Logistics has always been a very important thing when we talk about family agriculture or family production. Due to the volume of products that are being merchandised, that many times they don't allow it to have a transport because of the cost that it implies to the merchandising for the producer.
bastante comprometido
As the ministry today, we are now committed
a questão
to what was
constituição de
mentioned,
centrais de abastecimento,
the
também
constitution of
certamente responsável
distribution
pelo
centers or supply centers.
e do acesso ao mercado. Né? Então, hoje a gente está com uma política no momento, né? Estamos levantando espaços públicos que possam
We are
ser
now
utilizados nas principais centros urbanos, né, para
producing
construir
public
essas
spaces that
centrais
are
de
can be used in the main urban centers to be able to build supply centers, and based on the availability of these centers, we are here to make viable these supply centers because it is a supply center that does not help us in having a building and saying here we can put the product here to sell. But also the ministry needs a structure that is long term. The commitment, the municipalities, for the municipalities is very important in that sense. So in that sense, we have that we are looking for these associations with the municipalities, but mainly in this matter related to the creation of supply center, that is going to be a very limited policy because it is linked mainly to the biggest urban centers. In that sense, I would also like to talk about these cases of success that we are having now in the main supply center, which is the SASP, and it is located in the city of Sao Paulo. It is a part of a provocation by the ministry. It is causing a space for merchandising that is established for the family agriculture, where the groups of family producers are going to be able to allocate their products permanently in these spaces to do their merchandising, and it's going to be a main sales center for agricultural and livestock products and devices, especially within Brazil. This is something that is novel for us, and we're going to try to make new associations with other institutions that already exist in regard to this. Thank you very much. Listening to Sergio yesterday talking about cooperativism, I would like to say that I come from a place of cooperativism in Latin America, and it's called California. Many people don't think that California is part of Latin America, but there are more Latinos in California than in many other countries in Latin America. So I'm going to say that California is part of Latin America, and the success of agriculture in that it is a place of small producers, and it is cooperativism. So the minister and others talked about the added value. That is something that we can do here in our countries. Thank you to our three panel members. Thank you to Leslie, to Mario, and I pass the floor on to you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you once again, Secretary, Vice Ministers, Raquel, Coordinator, for this space. We are closing this block. We're going to make some 10 minutes coffee break downstairs. We can drink some water and come back, and we will be coming back so that we can follow on with the agenda. Thank you very much.
Aquí, ¿verdad?
Viceministras, Ayala y Gamboa, por favor. Eduardo.
La emoción estas aguas están sin usar.
Ok, perfecto. Bueno, vamos a dar continuidad a nuestra sesión.
Okay,
número
we're going to
4,
continue with our session number
tema
4, a topic
de relevancia,
of
de
relevance, of
importancia,
importance,
porque tiene que ver
because it has to
con
do
cuáles son
with
aquellos
what are
factores
those
que de
factors
alguna manera
that one way or another
dificultan
make it
o
difficult or
facilitan
facilitate
las organizaciones
the
de
organization
productores.
of small producers.
Para esta sesión
For
nos
this
acompaña la
session,
viceministra
we
de
are accompanied by
Seguridad
the Vice Minister of
Alimentaria y
Security of Food
Nutricional
Safety
del Ministerio de
and
Agricultura
Nutrition of the
y
Ministry of
Ganadería de
Agriculture and
Guatemala,
Livestock of
la señora
Guatemala,
Clemen Gamboa.
Ms. Clemen Gamboa.
Ella ha
She has
trabajado y
worked
tiene muchísima
with,
experiencia
and she has a lot
como
of
oficial de
experience
programas
as program officer
en políticas e
in
incidencia
policies
en
of
coalición
lobbying
guerrillera en América Latina,
for
trabajó en
Latin
la FAO,
America. She worked at the
tiene más
FAO.
de
She
20
has
años
more
de
than 20 years
experiencia
of
en el
experience
diseño,
in the
en la
design,
gestión
in the
de
management,
políticas, programas,
in policies,
proyectos.
programs,
Hizo sus estudios
projects. She carried out
universitarios
her
en
university
Zamorano,
studies
donde ha
at the
egresado
Zamorano
ahí
University,
en
where she
agronomía con
graduated in
especialidad en
agronomy with a
desarrollo
specialty
socioeconómico
in
y
socioeconomic
ambiente. Tiene
and
una vasta
environmental development, and a
trayectoria,
very long
obviamente,
trajectory,
que
obviously.
reconoce las
She
capacidades
acknowledges the
y los
capabilities and the
atributos y el
attributes of
conocimiento de la viceministra
the,
Ayala.
the knowledge of
Por
Vice
otro
Minister
lado,
Gamboa.
la viceministra Ayala
On the other hand, Vice
es
Minister Ayala
actualmente
is currently
viceministra
the
de
Vice
Agricultura
Minister of
Familiar
Agriculture,
Campesina e Indígena,
Family,
dependiente
Peasant, and
del
Indigenous
Ministerio
Agriculture,
de Agricultura y
therefore
Ganadería de
dependent
Paraguay.
of the Ministry of
Es
Agriculture and
agrónoma por la
Livestock of
Universidad Católica
Paraguay.
de
She is an agronomist
Asunción
from
y tiene
the Catholic University of Our Lady of
especializaciones
Assumption.
diversas, entre ellas
She has diverse
considerar legislación
duties,
de
among them
evaluación y
to
programas
legislate and
ambientales
evaluate
por
the
la
environmental
Universidad
impacts by
Nacional
the
del Este,
National
como
University of the
también
East.
tiene un magíster
And she also
en
has a
desarrollo
master's
rural
in rural
territorial
territorial
y
development and
experiencia
a
en
broad
diversos
experience
temas que
in
tienen
different
que ver
topics that
con
have
la
to do with
agricultura.
agriculture.
La señora Juliana Millán,
Ms.
quien nos
Juliana Millam,
acompaña de
who accompanies
manera
us
virtual
virtually
y a quien
and
saludamos,
who we greet,
es antropóloga
is an
con
anthropologist,
máster
a
en
master
ambiente y
in
desarrollo por
environment
la
and development
Universidad
by the
Nacional de Colombia.
National University of Columbia.
Es directora de
She is the
políticas
director of
de la
policy
Asociación de Trabajo
from the
Interdisciplinario.
Interdisciplinary
Nos
Association of Work,
acompaña a la
and
Mesa
she
Nacional
accompanies
de
the
Liderazgo
national
de
table
Articulación y
and
Movilización
the
de
liaison
la Red
for
Nacional de
a
Agricultura
mobilization of the
Familiar,
National
RENAP.
Family
Ha
Agriculture Movement
trabajado
at RENAP.
en
She
diversos
has
y
worked in
amplios
different
temas
and broad
como
topics such as
seguridad, soberanía, economía alimentaria,
safety,
construcción de
sovereignty,
políticas
and
públicas.
food safety and
Y
construction of
nos
public
acompaña
policies.
también
And we are
el
also
señor
accompanied
Eduardo
by
Fontella.
Mr. Eduardo
Él es
Fontella.
graduado de la
He is a graduate
licenciatura en
from a
cooperativismo y
licentiate degree
mutualismo por
in
la
cooperativism
Universidad del
and
Museo Social
mutualism
Argentino
from the
y
Argentinian
la
Museum
licenciatura en
University,
Ciencia
and from the
Política y
licentiate
Gobierno por la
of
Universidad
Science, Policy, and
Nacional.
Government from
Él
the
es
National
profesor
University of
docente
Lanús. He is
universitario,
a university
desarrolla
educator
diversas
or
actividades
academic.
en
He
materias
carries
como
out different activities
formación,
in matters of
asistencia, transferencia
education,
de técnicas
assistance, and
especializadas,
transfer of specialized
nacionalización,
techniques,
conexión
towards the organization, control, strengthening of institutions, and management of the cooperative corporations, mutual corporations, and of the social economy. He has facilitated and worked as a tutor in a course that has been done between the ICA and the COPRAFAN in matter related to cooperativism and associativism and the creation of leaders. And now to begin with this very important topic that has to do with the sense of getting to know which are those elements or factors that favor or that make it difficult the formation of the organizations. And if we look a little bit of the experience, like to cause here to entice our table, our panel here, and normally the recognition of our organization of producers comes from different instances, all the way from the local through the municipality, many times through technical assistance units for rural outreach that are within the ministries. Other times there is a recognition on behalf of determined government, departmental governments or provincial governments. Many times these organizations have copies of those institutes, those bylaws, sorry, that are similar to the cooperatives. They are not cooperatives, and many times the problem that is proposed with this condition of producers organizations is that there is nobody who can effectively give them a follow-up, make a control, carry out control, like the way it is, and it is so in many of the legislations with cooperatives. There is always an entity that has to do that follow-up. And there we go into a topic that is not less important, that has to do with the formalization of this organization that at the end will allow, in many of the cases, like for example, if we're going to talk about the purchase of food, the public policies, as something that is non-selective and not being formalized, as sometimes they are not subject to those purchases or those processes. So, having said this, I would like to have Vice Minister Gamboa to talk to us about it from her point of view so that we can share effectively what it is that is made easy or made difficult in the formation of the organizations and how obviously this can come to overcome many of the elements that not only finish with the constitution of the organization, but with other topics that have to do with its strengthening and consolidation. And to change the slides, I have to go here to the podium, right? Well, good morning to all of you. It is a pleasure to gather here again on this second day. It seems to me that the panel is regarding the formation, but I have taken elements to talk about the last thing that Mario was mentioning, which is the functionality and above all, that they should prevail in time, those organizations, right? So I have allowed myself to classify in this experience of Guatemala the factors that we have seen and how we see it. Okay, it's me that's changing. Okay, perfect. Yes. So beyond the formation, we have the development and the functionality of small producers or small producer organizations. In Guatemala, well, the Ministry of Agriculture has proposed a little bit of the context in the framework of the government proposal for 2024-2028, a specific idea of a country to live in. We are a country like the rest of the region, Mexico and the Northern Triangle, that we have a very high irregular migration, and that basically affects especially the fact that we don't have economic opportunities that the population can strive for. Very quickly, to represent Guatemala and the agricultural and livestock sector represents 9.38% of the GDP. It employs 27% of the population. It is responsible of more than 51% of the exports, but nevertheless, in spite of all that, there are great barriers and there are great gaps that have to be closed. And that is why the ministry And the government plan of President Arevalo has established that our efforts have to be aimed at more than 1,600,000 people, producers that are in the stage of self-consumption and intermediate. In that sense, to tell you that family agriculture represents more than 1 million households, and we value the fact that they produce between 60 and 70% of the food that make up the Guatemalan basic diet. And even so, with this great contribution, they have great limitations, such as the fact that they are small productive units that use only one-third of the producing surface of the country. And in spite of that, they generate 63% of the employment in the sector. Nevertheless, they have limitations in the extreme poverty that is more than 31%, out of 41% that live in poverty, non-extreme poverty, and only 28% are not poor. The segment of producers in a condition of poverty and extreme poverty, it reflects that they are coming close to more than 800,000 producers, and the associativity is non-formal. The formality is very incipient, and they have commercial capacities that have to be strengthened. So, to begin with, to be able to put together organizations, or that the organizations to be formed and that they might be functional, we have to understand and acknowledge the gaps in which the population is located. The population of small and mid-sized producers is located, and we have to say we have seen that this takes us to poverty and extreme poverty, but this causes that this 60% of the population is at risk of feeding. We have 60% that is in chronic in the next 6 years, but apart from that, we have the double load, which is the excess weight, the obesity that is at 27.3% for children under the age of 5, overweight of fertile women of more than 31%, and the capacity of the household, the buying capacity of the household, we have a great disparity. 1% of the population in Guatemala with greater resources obtain the same income than the rest of the 50% of the population. And general employee accesses only 36% of the basic food basket, which is something that is fundamental, which is what is fundamental to live. In regard to other structural factors, we have the duality of the agriculture and especially the concentration of the land. Guatemala is the country with the biggest Gini region in the region, especially and in the Istmo, which is 0.86%. The 1.8%, 86% of the owners have 36% of the producing land of the country, and we always register an increase of the households for subsistence. And we have the monocrops increasing. So what have we proposed to the arrival of this new government? To establish a proposal that we have called a new plantation for the agro of Guatemala, where we say that agricultural policy is fundamental, especially with two instruments: the access to the land, that by law we have the fund for the land that has been weakening, and the registry of the cadastre. These are the 5 strategic objectives that are proposed in this guidelines, and I'm not going to refer to each one of them. I'm just going to say that in the part of increasing the productivity and availability of food, we have quoted the part of the increase of the access to it and the economic improvement, the policies to favor the family economy and self-consumption, which has to be strengthened to increase the productivity so that we can somehow go on to have surpluses. And then we have proposed that we can increase the productive infrastructure to strengthen it, innovation, technology, and services according to the production, so that later we can also emphasize on value change, inclusive value change, where the associations might play a very important role, or are a part of it. Then we have the part of natural resources and specialized services for the production of healthy food and safe food. Healthy and safe food, sorry. By definition, we have determined by agricultural agreement three stratas within the family consumption. I'm not going to talk too much about this. Simply, we're not going to. I'm going to say that we're not talking about anything we talk about self-consumption, intermediate, and excess surplus. We have also that we have to look at the disruptive factors. Basically, the ism, the Central Americanism is one of the ones that has hit the most. Guatemala is among the 10 countries that have the greatest risks to the effects of the phenomena in the climate change. And we have therefore stipulated the interinstitutional plan for response in which we include anticipating actions for droughts, floodings, among others, that are agricultural practices that might somehow as we mentioned it yesterday, can mitigate and adapt, as we spoke about it yesterday. But in this case, it is a prevention and the adaptation. Then we have stipulated an agricultural livestock insurance that is necessary for the producers that are part of the network of the associations or networks. And this is aimed at 70,000 people. It is an insurance that works via satellite to be able to determine the explosions and to see triggers, and to see what producers have been affected. Then, from the National Council of Food Safety, we have established a plan for the seasonal hunger, including and connecting it to the anticipatory measures, system of monitoring of crops, the fact of working through organizations to inform about the agroclimatic information that is generated in agroclimatic tables, agroclimatic dependent tables. Then we have the internal and external organizational factors. I think that this is a key thing for the preparation and the operation of the organizations. Nevertheless, I believe and I acknowledge that it is the most weak thing that we have, that both in the public environment as well as in the public, but also in the environment of other stakeholders that add up to this. We have to strengthen the constitution of the organizations, but not only to constitute them, but we also have to take them to the formality. So we have to work on the internal governance mechanisms of these organizations. There are factors such as the cultural factors and factors of training that are necessary and very important to be able to make these organizations functional. We have worked from the Directory of Strengthening for the Productive and Commercialization to precisely strengthen all the productive organization, the administrative costs, the cost structures, and so forth, so that the organizations, the associations, cooperatives, or other type of organization might be really sustainable in time. And these services, unfortunately, what we don't have is that we don't have them at a large scale. So, looking at the records, last year we had 34 organizations that formed, and this year they will be 50. So the 34 that were constituted last year, this year they're going to go into a process for companionship, precisely for the governance, internal governance mechanisms, and other capacities that have to be built. And the economic factors, the organizations that are being formed, they need to consolidate their processes, the productive commercial processes, so strengthening the following instruments. The first instrument, that is denominated Agrovida. This instrument is basically groups, community groups of savings and loans for women that are linked to the self-consumption and especially to community horticulture. This is a recent strategy. We have launched it only 3 weeks ago, and especially with the spirit of strengthening the productive participation of women that have been producing in family crops individually, but that they are planning to or trying to form a collectivity. They are not formal associations. They are associations that are incipient associations of women, and that they need at the time for the self-consumption. And there, it's a favor from the communitary plantation to go on to be something formal. In regard, we also have, in regard to the financial mechanisms, we have the fund for the guarantee. This fund is a fund that covers a credit that a small association is looking for in the bank, and they are the guarantee for that association. Then we have the Economic Reactivation Fund, the FONAGRO. This fund is for small producers. I'm going to leave a video here so that it can be shared with you later. But basically, it is non-reimbursable funds that are injected to the organizations, and there are also loans. But what has been worked on the most is non-reimbursable funds. In December, we had the Tobanic credit, and this credit is for associations at a mid-level. It is not for small producers. For small producers, we have FONAGRO and we have the guarantee fund. For mid-sized or intermediate consolidated, we have the Tobanica credit, and we have put that in the National Credit Fund, which is a national banking that is going to manage that $64 million. It is going to be worked through cooperatives, second-level cooperatives in time are going to come to the associations, to the organizations of producers. Then, in the economic factors, it is extremely important to work on the linkage of the market, as we have mentioned it here. And we basically have established the agricultural fairs in each one of the municipalities according to the territorial dynamics so that we can bring close the small producer to the consumer. Especially in generating, trying to bring down the prices for the basic food basket. And that is something that is key. The merchandising is something that we have talked about, but these are small circuits for the organizations of small producers. In regard to the larger chains, we are working with the export of the Hass avocado, trying to cut down on or bring the first, trying to bring the chain of the first producers not to have so many loose links. Then we consider that it's an important aspect that we strengthen and that we organize, that exists and is in the organization, is to have the prices, to have the knowledge of prices, to know what it's going to be basically the market, how it is, and how are they going to sell. But that is something that, with the previous factor, that is an internal factor, it is not completed if they don't carry along costs, so that they can determine their prices at which they are going to affect this. Then the technological factors, there are several, but we consider that the relay is a spear point, so that surrounding it, it might be, we can do strengthening to the population. Yes, we agree that we cannot remain just in production, but we cannot only remain at market. I think that all the factors are interrelated, and we have generated the national policy of 2024, 2032, and we are looking to, in this period, to have the application of this in 45,000 hectares, especially from producer associations. Then we have the peasant fund, which is a package of input of there are several modalities. There is the modality of self-consumption that is chosen, especially dedicated to the backyard production, which is horticulture, the organic fertilizers, and pumps, backpack pumps, and we have the topic of that has to do with the seeds and high performance hybrids. In regard to the self-consumption bond for peasants, we are also providing foods of free access and free domain. And I think that it's here worthwhile to point out that in the month of March, after 10 years, the Science and Technology Institute has released the variety of Quetzalteplan for the high zones of the country, which will always have a deficit to have seas for areas that are greater than 2,000 meters above sea level. There we have the ICA. That is something that the ICA uses and the ministry through the CRIS program. Then the technological factors and services for rural outreach, they are very weak. So just like other countries, we are rescuing the system of rural extension. I think that that is a factor, the biggest factor, the most important factor that we have, and especially what we were saying. We have the topic of digitalizing also the extension services. There we have a very important gap, but it's not only a gap that we as the ministry have to has not generated, but it's because it's a digital platform has not been developed yet. It could be used for pricing and merchandising also, but the connectivity in the country is very low. We can see everybody with a cell phone, a smart cell phone, but there is no internet in the communities. So we have to see that. Then we have seen in the extension service the civil job for the youth. I have 3 minutes left and I have 2 slides left. And the part of not leaving anybody behind, because agriculture is very important. And since I have 3 minutes, I'm going to skip this, and I'm going to say that we have to take into consideration the regulatory factors. I talked about these instruments on the left side. I can only say that we are finishing the action plan, the National Action Plan of the Agriculture, taking into consideration the pillars for the decade. And the unique registry of producers. Nicaragua has many municipalities, and we decided last year to do only the registry of 6. But since 2014, we have been promoting the unique in soul agriculture as a registry. We don't have only women there, but this is very broader. But Guatemala has made the attempt to have that record, and we have not been able to do so. Last year, we worked to institutionalize the part of info and manuals to be able to produce a record or the registry, and we hope that this year we will have this. Here I'm going to leave some data of vendors for school feeding, and that seems very important. I'm not going to go into details, but I'm going to go and talk about another instrument that is being done or used by the government of Guatemala, which is the initiative Hand to Hand. It's not the same as FAO, by the way, but it is an initiative, an interinstitutional initiative that is based on a record of households, a social record, a record of households for all the initiatives, and we take the initiative from all the different households, and we establish a RUA to specify what kind of service we're going to provide, or to characterize a producer so that we might have a better intervention. And these are all the dimensions that the initiative has. And the idea is that it's the same subject of law. You have to answer for all these services and not to bring them in isolation. And finally, and I'm just going to leave this graph up there on the screen. We consider that retaking the route of agro-food systems is fundamental. The specific support systems for the agro-food systems that we have here in green are fundamental for the production, for the elaboration, and for the sale, and for the consumption. So we have to take into consideration that we have the agro-food systems in the framework of economic frameworks and environmental. Everything is connected. And this is where I was summarizing it, the factors. Although they are negative, they become limitations, but if they are positive, they become opportunities. And they potentiate the fact that there might be organizations of producers, but they also work, and they work well to change their lives. So thank you very much, and we are here we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Gamboa. Juliana Millán, it'll be a pleasure to listen to you in the next 15 minutes. If you are online, please confirm.
Señora Millán.
Ms. Miyam, can you hear us?
Aquí estoy. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Ok, las escuchamos.
Here I am. Okay. The floor is all yours, ma'am.
Yo quiero mostrarles una presentación, pero no sé si logro hacerlo
I
directamente
want
desde acá.
to
¿Es posible?
show you a presentation, but I don't know if I can do it from here. Yes, it is possible. Let me see.
Bien. Em, yo quisiera tocar algunos puntos con
I would like to
ustedes
talk about some specific topics
pues desde la
in
agencia
this
que nosotros
presentation.
manejamos. Yo hago parte de la red de
So, what I
agricultura
work
familiar
with, I
venezolana,
am
más de
part
175
of
organizaciones, centros
the
comunitarios de base,
national network of farmers with over 175 different FFOs,
organizaciones que vienen de la academia.
and it also includes some more organizations from academia.
No quisiera redundar, digamos,
I
como
wouldn't want to be
la red, sino
redundant
más bien
in the fact that it is a network. I
y no
would
quisiera tampoco
just
redundar en
rather
una
just say that
presentación como la que se hace
not like I don't want
realmente
to
en
talk
relación con lo que
about
está pasando en Colombia.
what's going on
Básicamente la
in
realidad
Colombia.
es muy
The reality
similar a
in
la de
Colombia
Latam,
it's very
por lo
similar
tanto
to the rest of Latin America and therefore
mostrar Colombia en
very
mi
similar to
presentación
what Clement
y
has
es
just spoke of in
efectivamente
her presentation.
una vinculación de la
So
ruralidad con
there
temas
is a
extremadamente
linking of
complejos
rural
en
with
Colombia
extreme
en los temas de
poverty, of
desnutrición,
rural context with malnutrition issues,
sobrepeso y obesidad y
also with
temas vinculados,
obesity
digamos, también de exacerbada la concentración
and
de
an
recursos
exacerbation of the concentration of resources in urban
y, por supuesto,
contexts.
la
And
participación
therefore,
de esto que lleva
the
como nombre family
participation
farming,
of this thing that we
para el
call
70% de la
family
producción en
farming,
el
which is
país.
about
Esto
70%
significa
of the
que
production in the country. That
efectivamente
means
nuestras
that,
realidades son
in
muy
effect,
distintas.
our
Entonces,
realities
no,
are very similar.
no daré cifras
And
al respecto.
therefore,
Yo
I'm not
quiero
just gonna provide
centrar
any
en
numbers,
un poco cómo
but
se ha
I'd
construido
rather
Colombia en este
just to
momento y cuáles son los grandes
point
retos
out
en este
and
momento
show
de
you folks
construcción que
how
actualmente
we
llevamos
are
a cabo
going
en
to
nuestras
develop
regiones
this
para la
thing that
agricultura
we call
familiar
public
en
policies
este país
for
y cuáles son en ese
FFOs.
sentido
And
los
in that
retos a
sense,
los cuales
which
nos
are
tenemos
the
que enfrentar.
challenges that we have to
Quiero
face?
hablar, digamos,
I
inicialmente
would
de
like to
este
talk initially on
concepto
this
que se
construct,
desarrolló a través de la agricultura
which
familiar,
was developed through
de
family
alguna manera
farming
impulsado por
in
Naciones
good
Unidas
measure,
y que
promoted
alcanzó
by
los
United
territorios,
Nations.
nacionales
And in
consolidó
the national
como
territories, we
forma de
did
agricultura
consolidate that, like in
efectivamente
Colombia, in many other Latin American
para la
regions as
para el
well,
impulso de la implementación de la
Colombia,
agricultura
and the rest
familiar.
of the world to
La
promote family
Constitución
farming. This
Nacional de la
construct
Agricultura Familiar en
from
2014
the
y el año
International
que está
Year
atravesando de
of the
2014 a
Family
2020.
2014,
Mm, quiero
and
señalar
then the
esto
decade
porque,
from 19 to
digamos,
2028.
como
And I
nunca
wanted to
en
talk
este
about
periodo
that
de tiempo
because
en
during
nuestros
this
países
period
de
of
América
time,
Latina
our
empieza a
countries
haber
in Latin America,
una discusión
there
sobre
starts to be
distintos
a discussion about the different subjects
en nuestros países
in rural
sobre quiénes son los sujetos
development,
del
about
desarrollo
who
y cuáles son las
are those
definiciones que
developing
tienen
the
estos
underground,
sujetos.
which are the
Entonces
definitions they
empieza a
have.
haber
So we start
una
having a
en términos de
discussion
la definición de estos
in terms
sujetos,
of
se mira
defining
todo el tiempo
who
hacia
these
cuáles
folks
son los sujetos
are.
productivos y cuáles son los
We need to
sujetos
determine which
económicos
are the
y por lo tanto
productive
cómo llevar
subjects
o
and
cómo
which are the
acompañar
livelihood
las decisiones
subjects so that we can
a pasar
discern
de esos
how
escenarios de
to provide
subsistencia
technical
en sí
assistance
mismas
and move
y unas
away
propuestas de desarrollo
from
rural
livelihood scenarios more
construir,
into
digamos, estos
thriving
escenarios de producción.
scenarios so that we can actually build
Ahí
them
hay
up.
se
There
empiezan a
is,
establecer deslindes
we
muy
started
oscuras con las
establishing
definiciones
certain limits,
internacionales
and
sobre el
we
cambio
just had a
y
little hard time
pues
trying to
empiezan
come up with the definitions
empiezan o siguen construyendo sobre
because For example, they continue to send information about themselves and, of course, the indigenous people and Afro-descendant countries all over Latin America, the peasant communities that start having and they start having or becoming subjects of recognition through these statements of the United Nations and other important things. And we have also included all of the work. So this conception, this construct of small scale farmers and the one that we start building about family farming, it's our main deliverables. So sometimes it's very clear, and sometimes in these discussions, and for those of us that made it to this meeting, but we've sat down and maybe just the configuration of the dialogue of the rural context with the urban contexts. So once we implement that in our country, I don't know if that can be said the same, the vice ministers, I don't know if they can say the same thing. In Central America and South America, we can say the same thing that it happens when we do the conspiration of the public policies. So these are organizations that come from organizations. And this is just a proposal, and there is a first key difference here. It is a proposal that is not simply just construction. It's the construction of a new rural development place, and then that's when lines start fading. And we continue to have a difficult time in establishing rural development policies and establishing clear differences between um, just making it by to having a good spot in market, which is actually linked with the different FFOs in these different production scenarios. Here we have distance and we have certain distinctions between, particularly between small scale farmers, which is the subject of this meeting, and other definitions such as aborigine from Chile, and then it has to become more complex. The scenarios of domestic level once we create policies. And this is how this has evolved in Colombia in 2014 when we started talking about family farming. We said that was the international year or the international year of family farming. After that, in 2017, when we had a ministerial resolution, and that finally we managed throughout all of this problem and just recognizing that it is a subjective and that is just composed of the regulations and the rural regulations, and then we have these family farm organizations, and then this definition. And in 2023, when we sat down with the ethnic communities, and they said we do not feel like we are being included, and not by name, not just nominal. It has to be an actual, real inclusion in order to find out what has been the proposal of these ethnic communities and how is this going to be implemented with, for example, the Colombian governor, how you're going to be without your hat. And you get to assume that this definition of family
¿Eso qué le
is just
significa?
part,
Digamos un
this
poco
family farming is just
culturalmente
part of
los
the cell of a
debates sobre la
system.
construcción
This has to
de
do with
escenarios
discussion on the
estas políticas
development of
públicas.
scenarios for
Yo
these
voy a dar
public policies.
algunas
Now,
puntadas.
allow
Esta es
me
la
to
primera,
provide some
es
important guidelines
existen
here.
instancias de
There
diálogo
are
y es el tema de la
instances, there's
participación.
our places where we
El
can
tema de la
talk about this, are talking
participación y el
about
tema de la
participation, when we're
gobernanza
talking about
es
engagement and
un
governance.
ámbito muy complicado para
That
la
it's a quite
consolidación de las políticas
complicated
públicas.
scenario for the
Digamos, en
consolidation
Colombia
of
hay una
public
cultura campesina
policies
familiar
of what we
comunitaria
call the
que
family
empieza a
farming
dilucidarse y
in
a
Colombia
diferenciarse
that
de
actually
lo
starts
que se
getting
plantea como
differentiated
pequeños
between
productores.
what we understand to be a
Y no es una
small-scale farmer,
inclusión
and
y se
this is
genera,
not an inclusion. And
viceministra Clemen, una diferencia
Vice
con
Minister
Colombia
Clement,
cuando
there is a
comenzamos
difference
a
here in
hablar de
Colombia
política
when we
pública
start
para
talking
pequeños
about public
productores
policy
en
for
cuanto a la definición de
small
agricultura campesina familiar y
scale
étnica y
farmers.
comunitaria,
And when we're
basada,
talking
digamos,
about
un
the
poco
ethnic
al margen,
implications
y
and the
seguimos
technical implications, we
construyendo
believe
políticas
that ethnic
públicas en unas
publication, they
lógicas
just get relaxed. They don't
de
really
eficiencia, de
get
rendimiento,
to
de
activate
productividad,
it. So, and there
donde
is a
pues
matter of yield, of
estos
productivity, of
parámetros
efficiency in which
pues no
these
coinciden con
parameters
los
do not
parámetros con los
match
cuales hemos definido la
um,
agricultura
those that we
campesina
have defined
colombiana.
for
Esto
family farming
significa, digamos, también que los escenarios de
organizations. So that
participación son
means
complejos.
that
Se arman
in
instancias de
the
diálogo con, por un lado, los
the
pueblos
dialogue and the
afrocolombianos, por
training
otro lado, con
sessions
los
are very
pueblos
complex.
indígenas,
On
por
the
otro
one
lado,
hand,
con
we
las
have the
comunidades
Colombian
campesinas, y luego
people,
se
then we
empiezan a
also have
armar
the indigenous
mesas ampliadas
people,
de agricultura
and then
campesina
we
familiar
have
y
a
comunitaria,
wide
mesas
open
nacionales de compras
table.
públicas, mesas
Where
nacionales de agroecología, en donde
we're talking
algunos de
about
estos
national
temas
tables of
empiezan
agroecology,
tocados
in
en
which
términos
some of
de
these
la
topics that you have
comercialización,
been
en términos de
discussing
la
regarding
rentabilidad, en términos de
commercialization, productivity,
incluso la
um,
integralidad con
even
otros
the
aspectos como la
integrity of
susceptibilidad de los
other
territorios
aspects, for
en
example,
términos de la
the
negociación,
capacity of
empiezan a
creating a
ser
partnership,
incertidumbres en
and
conjunto
those
con las
aspects, they
organizaciones.
start becoming
Sin
a
embargo, hay
secret with
otros
the
escenarios
organizations.
que deberían ser
Nevertheless,
abiertos
there
también
are
con las
other
corporaciones que no
scenarios
parecen serlo,
and
que son la
that
Mesa
need to
Nacional
be
de
taken
Sostenibilidad
to
o las comisiones
different
intersectoriales de base
stakeholders,
del
for
SISTEM,
example, the
para los temas de seguridad
intersectorial,
alimentaria y nutricional,
uh,
o donde se discute el mismo
or
desarrollo,
maybe
el
just what you
crecimiento y el
said,
desarrollo
just
rural y las
developing
políticas de reforma
the
agraria, que intenta,
um,
digamos,
the
el
sets
gobierno abrir
for
nuevas
the agrarian
organizaciones,
reform.
pero que no
And this
encuentra
government is looking for a
mecanismos
way
o
into
mecanismos de
organizations,
participación
but they can't
efectiva para
find
que
any
en una
engagement
pluralidad
mechanism so
que no
that
solamente ha sido
out of the
ignorada, que no
plurality,
solamente ha sido
the government can
mal
start talking to
interpretada,
these
sino que
people
digamos ha
because it
sido
has been
reducida, digamos, a
misinterpreted.
una condición de
Uh,
construcción de política pública
Maybe
desde las
just a
necesidades
construction
y
of
no
public
construcción de
policies
política
based
pública desde la
on
fortaleza.
the needs and not on the
Pues,
strengths
además de todo eso,
of the patient.
está atravesada,
Oh, of
como
sorry, of the
todo
organization. So, and
nuestro,
this
nuestra
is
América
laid
Latina,
out.
por la
Uh,
guerra. Y por lo
we do
tanto,
have the impact of armed
ese cruce de la
conflicts.
guerra,
So there
una
is a
guerra que
crossover
todavía,
of
al
war,
menos hoy en mi
and
país,
a
es
war that,
muy
at least
activa
in my
en los
country,
territorios
continues to
no
be
por las
very
regiones,
much alive in the different regions outside the capital
dificulta
city.
la
And that makes it
consolidación
more
de
difficult to
mecanismos de participación que
consolidate
realmente reúnan
some
y
mechanisms
faciliten
that
a las
was
organizaciones a construir de una
my
forma
call to you
articulada.
today,
Y
invite
esto
them to
está
contribute
reventando las
in a meeting.
condiciones de participación
And this
con
is driving
gobernabilidad
all
del
the
país.
access
Y
to
hay un tema
these
importantísimo
computers
también y es de la arquitectura
crítico,
institucional con la cual hablamos y con
basado
la cual
en,
construimos
based
política pública
on
para el desarrollo
the
rural.
public
No
policies
sabríamos
for rural
nosotros
development.
desde
We
las
wouldn't
organizaciones
know from the FFOs,
campesinas, étnicas, desde las
from the
organizaciones
ethnic organizations,
sociales,
from the social
no
organizations,
sabríamos
we
si la
wouldn't
mejor
know
manera
if the
de
best way
mantener
to maintain
o de
or
realmente
to
estructurar una
even
política de desarrollo
structure
rural, al
a
menos desde el
policy
Ministerio de
for
Agricultura,
rural
es
development, at
prevalecer
least
bajo
from
la
within
idea
the
de una
Ministry of
política de desarrollo
Agriculture,
rural para
is to
pequeños
prevail
productores y
under a
no
policy
establecer
for small
políticas
scale farmers
diferenciadas,
and not
entender el
establishing
concepto
differentiated
constructo que
policies
además
in
deviene
which
de
this
Naciones
concept
Unidas,
changes, that
deviene
comes
de
from
esta
the
declaración
UN,
que
that the very stews themselves proposed in their poll to talk about when they descended. And today, they they propose and they are presenting some forms and subjects in rural development that are different to family farming organizations.
Señora Juliana, tenemos
Señora
dos
Juliana,
minutitos,
we've
por
got 2
favor.
more minutes. Thank you. Two,
para
two,
terminar.
two more slides and I'll be done.
Debido a este escenario,
According to this scenario, then, obviously, there are discussions that are being held amongst the different proposals that we started building or developing from the different scenarios. Production lines versus short circuits of production, agricultural production for life. There is a discussion with pesticides, with GMOs, with the consolidation of other forms like agroecology and natural resources, land use, water management. So we've done all this from the concentration uh, for collective management. So right now, in this moment, a lot of efforts have been made, some of them just between the government of Colombia and the organization, just to start thinking that is the all of the first that do uphold the confirmation of the FFOs and not only just create red tape to consolidate with regional local governments of the territories of the agro-food production and the food safety of food protection areas. That means that building a resolution that speaks about family farming that is ethnic and egalitarian, that something like what was done in 27 has to do with specific challenges like integrity, 10 guidelines that talk about productivity, partnerships, organization, rural outreach, and how everything comes together in the territories to articulate amongst different institutions, not only at the national level, but in terms of ministries, because it's not only just the responsibility of the Ministry of Agriculture, but all of those that work together to do territorial management. And there are some at the country level, some at the more local level, and that, of course, will have to have everything that has to do with standards and norms, and that a lot of the companies are undergoing that change. And that's a discussion with the Ministry of Health. Then quality has to do with purchasing and hiring, and that has to do with different ministries. For example, the Ministry of Education and Preservation and Protection has to do with regulations set out by different articulations, not only within the ministry, but with other ministries like the Ministry of Environment. Examples like this I couldn't just quote from a distance in terms of what the Vice Minister of Articulation with the Ministry of Science, with the Ministry of Labor, with the Ministry of Transport. But this is a gigantic challenge for our countries. If this doesn't happen, if we do not get engagement, articulation, and integrality to build public policies for family farming organizations that is egalitarian in our countries, will be very complicated.
Muchas gracias, señora Juliana,
Thank you, Juliana.
por sus aportes,
Thank you
por
for
sus
your
contribuciones y
input. Thank you for your
oportunidad en
contribution
este
and
evento.
your perspective.
Señora Viceministra
Madam
Ayala, por
Vice
favor,
Minister
posee unos
Ayala,
15 minutos.
you have about 15 minutes.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos
Good
nuevamente.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, We are going to focus on what we are here to discuss. Factors that favor or make it more difficult the creation of family farming organizations, specifically in my country, Paraguay. Family farming in the context of my country, in Paraguay, we got 46.5% of the population in rural environments um, earns a living through this primary activity. FFOs are responsible for the production of the national consumption of 82% of mandioca or cassava, 85% of beans, 81% of corn. This is the type, it's a type of corn we eat. And it's the yellow corn that we eat in Paraguay, 70% of tomato amongst other products. Family farming and access to markets. This is a commercial reality I'd like to present to you that the FFOs have to face, the small scale farmers organizations, because the strengthening of these SFOs depend a lot on the negotiations, because that is the purpose of these organizations. They allow to concentrate efforts and strengthen their negotiation power in the markets. They play a key role that is extremely important so that the organizations can actually be part of a market, of a supply chain, of a commercialization scheme so that they can actually commercialize their products. From the government, we do have the perspective that family farming needs to become a profitable business for the rural environment. If access to markets constitutes one of the main roadblocks for the development of family farming, it does represent a critical strategy of rural development. From the vantage point of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, we focus on the fact that FFOs need to engage increasingly more so that they can become more successful in becoming strong and get consolidated as a social-based organization. The scope for technical assistance by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock of Paraguay. Today, we are working with over 3,000 committees and FFOs that are assisted by the outreach section of the MAG, or Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. In 1960, the Technical Assistance Unit was created. We started working with the Committee of Small-Scale Farmers so that we can get to more and more farmers in the rural sector. And we have been strengthening through the different system organizations, whether it be cooperatives, associations, or committees, and they get strengthened throughout all of these different methodologies. What's our objective for 2025 from this agenda? First, we're looking to insert the FFOs in the different business tables that are offered within the government programs, such as public purchasing, school cafeterias, and support to cooperatives and access to those FFOs that are already consolidated to become cooperatives of family farming. Also, we are looking to design and implement the permanent agricultural fairs at the national level. We have fairs in different local governments which are assisted or aided by the unit of outreach and the unit of technical assistance of the MAG. And we can see this is a great opportunity because it's a showcase for the work that the MAG has been developing. It's a way of visualizing everything that family farming organizations can offer to consumers. The use of a seal. This is greatly important because it does provide visibility and it provides positioning in the market for the products that are originated by FFOs. Formalizing the FFOs as SMEs in rural environments, strategic alliances with different banks and other financial entities to be able to provide banca systems and services for FFOs, training of the people that participate in the business tables, fairs, and the management and added value to production and other important points within everything this represents.
Also, through different programs, we have the technological innovation and merchandising of the family production, which is one of the most important points also. A point of debate, which is a technification of the family production. We know that nowadays with different technologies that are used in the field, we might be able to provide the family production of these technologies, be it with maximization, irrigation systems, quality seedlings. All this points to the best productivity and the greatest scope to be able to offer products in this sector in the commercial chain. And cooperation, in coordination of the sustainable production, access to the market and competitivity above all, the producers of family production that are associated in cooperatives and also in other type of organizations are exporting products from the family agriculture to the international market, and such as mate, weed, the honey and other products. They are being exported. We also to offer to the market the fairs that are short circuits in which the producers themselves can go and offer their products at this fair, and they have this direct contact with the consumers. This that nowadays has a lot of demand nationally to be able to access the producers' fairs where they go directly with their products, with the presentation, and they work a lot. We work a lot on the quality of the presentation and everything that comes to this sense, so that the production can be visualized, that is being taken, that is taking the producers to a very good success nowadays. We coordinate with sectors of the entities of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock bodies to give the support to these producers so that they can reach the places where these fairs are carried out. Then we have the seal of the family production, which is written as Chococue Wampajo, which means work in the Guarani language. Work, among the family agriculture fairs, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock promotes the direct sale of the products that are coming from the family farms by way of strategies of short circuits in the commercializing of the products of the family agriculture directly from the farm to the consumer, without middlemen or middle businesses. Why? Because there the producers receive themselves the money in exchange to what they produce. So it's a different dynamic. This makes a mobility and a dynamic in the rural sector, where the profit of the sales in this fairs is translated to the improvement of the life quality. It is translated into health. It is translated into education. It is translated into input that they themselves can generate through the merchandising of their products. The impact that the fairs have had in the period of 2024, we can say that we had more than 76 million guaraníes. That is equivalent to almost $9.5 million in a year. We had more than 970 organizations or committees benefited, and more than 7,500 rural families that accessed these circuits were benefited, and the average income per family of approximately $380. And to put this into context, the demand nowadays through the fairs has been visualized, and it has visualized the important achievements of the family production. The demand of the production for the family agriculture has a very high impact within Paraguay, and we have a systematization of all that is offered through the fairs, where we can see that the greatest value of the cheese in Paraguay, the so-called Paraguayan cheese, which is a field cheese that is manufactured in an artisan manner within the family production, and other products that brand the difference of the consumption through the fairs. Nowadays, consumers are already asking when the big fairs are going to take place, where are they going to be, and there is a promotion and a visibility of the production of the family agriculture, and that this gives a very important return, economic return to the organizations, and a strength so that they might start self-managing to participate in those fairs. And well, that's what we have to show from Paraguay, and through the organizations, the strengthened organizations, and with a merchandising chain, with a business that has, through the production of the family agriculture, the organizations would be strengthened. It is a very clear and very important road to take the organization so that they can merchandise their products, because that's what the development depends on the field. In following, I have a small video also of an organization that improved throughout the whole systems and the support of the government, and through the different international cooperation programs that they worked with. And it is today now a cooperative of small producers that is exporting different items abroad. So let's see the video.
La cooperativa Agronorte surgió a raíz de
Cooperative
una
started,
necesidad
well, it's subtitled,
mercado en la región, donde los productores no tenían dónde vender su producto.
Los objetivos y principios de Agronorte es mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestros socios socias a través de un precio justo en el mercado nacional e internacional. Coaco Cooperativa, hoy conformado entonces de pequeños agricultores, socios socias, 710 en cuanto a cantidad de socios.
Para garantizar la calidad de los productos de las cooperativas, nosotros le capacitamos primero a los productores. Ahí empieza la calidad. Nosotros tenemos 4 productos hoy que estamos comercializando como cooperativa. El caso de sésamo y chía va casi la totalidad para la exportación. Poroto le vendemos a la Secretaría de Emergencia Nacional. Locro también comercializamos localmente. Otros productos orgánicos de poroto que estamos vendiendo ahora con la marca EcoAgro. Mediante esa marca EcoAgro hoy estamos en la góndola de supermercado también.
En estos 8 años de existencia de la cooperativa hemos tenido muchos logros y avances. Sobre todo en estos últimos 3 años hemos tenido un incremento de facturación de 400%. Desde el origen de la cooperativa hemos apostado por la producción orgánica para que el consumidor final conozca el origen de su alimento. Entonces acá producimos insumos orgánicos para que los socios utilicen en el manejo de la plaga y enfermedades para la producción de alimentos amigables y sanos para el consumidor final.
Algo importante de resaltar es que la cooperativa en sí trabaja todas las fases, desde la semilla en el campo, la parte del acopio y procesamiento, y cómo poder llegar a comercializar unos productos de altísima calidad, contando con equipamiento, con infraestructura que apuesta cada vez más a asegurar esa calidad, asegurar la trayectoria que pueda hacer que ellos incorporen el hacer las cosas y hacerlas muy bien.
La primera mente antes de la cooperativa Agronorte ya se envolveu retaram haciendo con recursos a negativo vender productos. Y después yo ofrecí la cooperativa, ofrecí la trabajo allá. Semilla completos aseguraron la precio allá de guarda ahora allá. Pero ela produto permanente, então fracassar no de agora é permanente de agora rapaz tem na a preço com ramen.
Ahora lo que pasa es que tem camino y tengo ya abrir la puerta lleva a subir. Ahora ya se ya más de 30 años con juego zona a Juan ahora la opción de allá y que veja lo tomar en buen camino. Hoy ahora ayuda en la comercialización mía y puede ver mejor con tranquilidad tu aceite mejor.
Agronorte apuesta por articular, forma parte de diferentes iniciativas de cooperativa y esto es muy importante para poder contar con una diversificación, que es lo que se está apostando, en donde el productor tenga no solamente uno o dos rubros de renta, sino están incorporando varios rubros que durante el año puedan comercializar. Estos acuerdos comerciales se están haciendo con empresas importantes a nivel nacional e internacional, que pueden ir dándole una oportunidad nueva al pequeño productor. Está la producción del cáñamo, tenemos aguacate, lúpulo, stevia.
Es muy importante la labor de las cooperativas de producción y creo que es el camino que debemos de procurar seguir para que realmente los apoyos y las ayudas puedan llegar de manera efectiva a través de sus asociados, por supuesto a través de los miembros de la cooperativa, para que realmente se pueda sentir el apoyo en el campo. Y hoy Agronorte es un ejemplo realmente a seguir, a imitar, a emular en los demás distritos. Estamos viendo el éxito que están teniendo a través del esfuerzo, del trabajo. Los asociados también tienen un compromiso con la cooperativa y vemos los productos maravillosos que el resultado, ¿verdad?, del trabajo.
Entonces, a partir de la cooperativización, te permite hacer volumen, juntar tu producto, comprar en forma conjunta maquinaria, la tecnología, posibilidad de vender afuera tu producto, atraer clientes. Para mí, la cooperativa es una herramienta clave para el desarrollo de la agricultura familiar.
Bueno, muchas gracias,
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Minister Ayala. I am almost sure that the translation of the Guarani to Spanish during lunch can be done so that they can understand what the producers have said. Dear Eduardo, we absolutely believe in your comments to be able to give closing to some, give way to some questions and consultations. So the time is all yours. Till then. Thank you. Good morning. First of all, thanks for the invitation. And thanks to you, to all the participants also, for allowing me to learn from you. This seems very important to me because I have really learned. Secondly, Mario is a methodologist. We have seen it throughout these 2 days. So when you ask him, I say, Mario, what do you expect? He sent me some other questions. And I textually, what I did was try to answer those 3 questions. from the Argentinian cooperative reality. 3 questions in which you're going to see that there's a lot of text, but yesterday we were saying it, that it's going to be left for you. You'll see it, we'll keep on working, and we'll keep on looking at it. The topic is the following one. The first question was the support factors. And I'm going to base myself on two magister, the two magister presentations and the theoretical framework of study where we have more cooperativism, you said, and you were mentioning it as a systemic focus. And especially in the Eric's theoretical framework where Eric pointed out 8 models, 8 typologies. And here from Argentina, we are going to have the typologies, branded cooperatives and associative movements. And the associations, I omitted them because Danilo Salermo, yesterday in the presentation, gave that theoretical framework. So, the first thing is the political institutional. Everything that I say, obviously, is something that is subject to opinion. The cooperative movement is a political response. It's a political response, non-partidary. It is a political response for the development, but that has 3 components: the economic component, the social component, and the cultural component. And what happens, and why is it that I brought this to be able to discuss with you today? Well, it has a systemic approach that a cooperative must have, and the associative. And I close with this. It is not a response only, economic response only. Because it is, if it is a response that is only economic, it's not going to go. The associative forms and the cooperative forms, it is a political response. And therefore, it seems to me very good to leave this set for the debate, and the link between the economic and the social components. And this is what I wanted to propose. The other component of the link of the associative and the bilateral commitment. The associative relationship is different to the commercial relationship. In other words, what we propose from the cooperatives and from the associative movement is not an act of trade or commerce. It is an act, it's an associative act, that is a cooperative act that has a relationship, a cooperative associated relationship that is completely different. And we also have to tell you that in Argentina, it is a federal economy. It's given the fact that we have it in all of the provinces. And what we want to propose, and what I wanted to bring here, is that the cooperatives and the associative forms are witness companies in the market, and that their presence rebalances what we want there, the issue of the market. And we all love football. We love it also a little bit. Right, Manuel? A little bit, just a little bit. We like it a little bit. But also, please, what do the associative forms and cooperative forms do, at least in Argentina? They help balance the playing field. Why? Because if the cooperatives and the associative forms did not exist, it would be a very unleveled playing field. The roles, as we know who makes them. And there's also something that mitigates the symmetries in the information. We want to say something. This approach of witness companies, of companies that regulate the market, is something that is intangible. But as that intangible, it's not visualized. So also, it also brings us a problem in the bilateral link, because there is not a recognition to the associative cooperative companies as witness companies. The distribution of the surplus is very important. The accumulation and the distribution of surplus is very important, because it's not only accumulation of capitals, and nor does it distribute according to the capital. And the associative forms and the cooperative forms in Argentina are distributed according to the distribution of work and job. The empowerment is something that I'm going to not discuss because we saw it yesterday, and many, maybe with young men and women with much more authority, talk to you about this. And apart from that, we can say that cooperatives and the associative organization in Argentina were resistant to the crisis. During the crisis, there are many agro-food systems that disappear. And in the crisis that we had, We're not going to tell you about the crisis that we had, but we had a few of them. And some of the businessmen thought about the crisis from the port of Seiza. The creativity stayed in the territory in an associative manner. And also to say this, and also the topic of the integration. And Manuel, I get excited. Sorry, Mario. Please tell me when there are 2 minutes left. That way I'll try to cut. And I will try not to make a mistake. The other question that was sent to me by Mario is the support factors.
Adelante, adelante. Gracias. Son organizaciones
They are paradox organizations, some of them, in Argentina. Why? Because they do one thing and they say one thing and they do another. So you have to keep an eye on this also. And what we have proposed, there is a discourse, but there is also an action that is not complemented. So there is a weak internal democracy. This is a topic that we want to work on. I don't know if it's the environment, but I will propose it. The democracy in the cooperatives and in the associative forums, there is too much acclamation. There is too much discussing. Hands are raised too much, and never is the one that didn't vote taken into account. So I have been in many, many stakeholders assemblies, and we always have the same leaders and the same and a producer that is very mad. In an assembly of producers, he said, "These are like the fish. If you don't take them out, they don't go." So this is also something that we have to work on. We have to think about the internal democracy in the cooperatives. And in the one of the things that I have, I don't know, Latin America, I'm talking about Argentina, we don't have a culture of control. And apart from that, there is something that is very important that happens to us in Argentina. The control is, we take it as a component of a lack of confidence, not as a component for the process of management. And the cooperatives and the associated ways need or require a good strategic plan, a good organization, but also a good control. How am I going to control it if we did it together? And sometimes there are some ecological bags missing, but they are not taken into account. Why? Because I am afraid of talking about this, and because it is a friend, and this is also something that makes it difficult. There are business plans missing, and obviously that's what we remain with. They are just palliatives, and in Argentina we have cooperative associative ways of reproduction that are very simple, that allow us to have a simple economy of self-consumption. And as we also have, and we saw it yesterday in the Daniela's conference, the cooperatives for expanded cooperation that capitalize and distribute the surplus and that create. There are many problems with the markets of supply, and there is a topic that the producers say a lot. When the prices are low and the buyers, a producer also told me this, Eduardo, here we receive the price of a dead chicken. What is a dead chicken? Well, the chicken is a chicken that died, and although we might defeather it, nobody's going to pay anything because we don't know how it died. So the producer says they pay us the price of a dead chicken. The dead chicken is not paid. Okay, so this forces us to other jobs. There is a logistic deficiency in the market, in the links of the productive chain, and there is something in Argentina we are working on with enthusiasm, and it is that the products that do not cross. We have products from the family agriculture, from the cooperatives, and from a province that are washed in Avellaneda. Avellaneda is a... Don't tell Amanda. Don't tell him. Okay. You know, I taught many years, and my students said, "Hey, Eduardo, when you were young, you didn't lose your thoughts. Now, these kind of things happen to me." So, I would like to tell you, now it happens. So, I want to tell you, they are rinsed in Buenos Aires, and they come back in a little tray to the supermarket to trays where the tomato came from. This is something that we want to see, and this is one of the problems that we want to work on with you. We have to look at the application and obligation of the delivery, a weak application of the rights of an obligation of delivery. This was the question. The producer delivers when the price is good in the associative and cooperative manner. And when it is the same in the trade, they go with the other one. So, what are we missing? We are missing organizational power. So this is something that we also say that the win-win situation compared to the win-lose situation is very important. Sometimes it's not there. Sometimes I go to the cooperative, I go to the associative forum when I have the advantage. And there is also something that happens in my country. When there is cooperatives or associative forums, the prices are one. And where they are not, the prices are higher. So this valuation is something that doesn't prevail. The cooperatives are at a favorable price, and this is something that I leave, and we have difficulties in the financing. And the supermarkets, obviously, that we are not very connected to and not very much accepted the products for the family production because of the associative manner and the supermarkets. Some producers, on average, they even talk about the fact that we have to look at the statistics. Sometimes more than 3 times what is paid to the producer, and there is also a topic related to financing. The producer is paid at the 3 months, the supermarkets pay 3 months later, and they go one more month if the product goes to a cap end. The product goes to the cap end, and there we have the payment is stretched one more month. This is a difficulty that they have. There is something that happened in Argentina with the associative manners and the financing. Sometimes also they stand in line to access financing. This is, so what happens? Well, they comply with the legal requirement to access the financing. But when they have access to the financing, the cooperative disappears and everything disappears. And what happens when they disappear in the most abrupt manner? And this creates a lot of conflicts in the communities. Why? Because I say something. The organization without organization, the money without organization is very dangerous. The money without organizational form is very dangerous and without control. Scarce product development, we also have that problem. Very little self-visibility. We were in a summit the other day with producers. There are many cell phones, but some of the phones, they don't have connectivity. But the following happens. We don't have visibility of the products. So neither can we demonstrate the traceability and so forth of the products. This is something that happens, and that is one of the other problems that we have. Access to the markets, and we have bad location of the supply markets. Sometimes the public policies of some municipalities say, let's organize the supply market here, but it's a terrible road going there that cannot be accessed on the rainy days. There's a lot of potholes and so forth, and also very isolated. So what happens? Well, the people of the town, of the community, do not go there. And that is something that really makes there be a lot of waste. Without financial means, it is difficult to be able to survive, and we would be not taking advantage of this. There's a very little knowledge in regard to the importance of the social capital. The social capital is something that is still not in the accounting books and financing and associated manners. And the social capital is as important as its other capital. And honestly, it solves a lot of problems, but it is weak. And also, there is something that happens to us when the cooperatives that fail, they leave a lot of broken people. And I have had to work in territories where the cooperatives and the associative organizations have failed, and we have had to go and rebuild. The job is tremendous. Why? Because the people are left completely in the defensive condition. So we also have a background with favorables, but we also have negative situations that were broken and they were emptied. And what happened to us, some of the leaders ended up okay, but the organization ended up in a terrible condition.
Policies promoting some economic feasibility and financial feasibility research studies. And this is something we suggest to get out of the so-so. When we get into work with the FFOs, how much do you produce? So-so. How many trucks? How many truckloads? So-so. The so-so attitude is something classic for Latin America. Everything is just so-so. And what we are missing to plan strategically is what Sergio says. It's just metrics and measuring and actually saying this is this way. So improving support networks, something that we've got in Colombia. I don't know if the vice minister is listening to us in Argentina. As in Colombia, we've got mutual funds. The mutual funds are credit organizations of the community that that they lend out their resources. We're trying to create a network of mutual funds. Why? Because who knows the territory better than those that live there? So we believe there is a way of financing right there, a very viable way of financing. Improving the access to better financing conditions and talk about technical assistance. And I would like to do here something here. Maybe this is just something I coded. I got 3 minutes left. Very quickly. In Argentina, in ICA, there is an agrarian federation. There were training courses on creating associations. The impact was huge, was really deep. And very sincerely, I'm talking to Fatima Almada, who is a pedagogist, and she's got patience. She's got a great know-how. But what is the main takeaway? There were very small experiences. What did they do? They are operating today, and they got connected with those that were in the training course. And one of the girls, or that's like Eduardo said, after the training course I take with Eva, I became, and today it's a secretary in the cooperative. Very small things, but that truly make a change. So I'd like to acknowledge that proposal, the educational proposal, and thank you, Fatima, for that. Secondly, 3 minutes. This one here, technical assistance, research, something that works a lot. It's just unlearn. We have methodologies for learning, but how do we unlearn what we know? And there is something that I call getting out of the tyranny of the president. Something like we've always done it this way. We've always done it this way, you know. And how are you gonna? But how about you unlearn that? And it's very hard. It's very hard for people to work out of that paradigm if that's the attitude they assume. So a dialogue and relating and just inclusive, open innovation. In Argentina, we have closed innovation. It's the same organization from its very structure that the one that it's trying to create the innovative processes. But we are proposing academia, technical institutes, EECA, to actually lead that transformation, those that will help with innovation processes. But there's got to be an organizational and cultural change because our organizations believe that our innovation is going to come from within. If it does not come from within, then it's not good, and I will distrust everything that comes from outside. So a process when it comes to policies is open innovation. I believe public purchasing, And I just want to close with this. This was Indaba cooperativism in France in the 18th century. And there is this picture in his book in economic policies. Charles Fugite, see what he draws. But the rope is very, very tense. And in Latin America, this rope is ever so tense. Therefore, I congratulate this meeting so that we can think together. But that is absolutely very, very tense. The rope is very, very tense due to the lack of resources because of conflict of interests and the power relations. It's amazing the tension created because of power struggles. So Charles Gide drew something that is food for thought. But we really need to come to an agreement because it's going to be a painful process. Absolutely. I have to agree with Fatima. And I never really liked to work with Fatima, but yes, I have to come to an agreement with Fatima. And maybe it's just going to be a pain point, but we need to do it. And maybe it's just going to be a pain point for Fatima to work with me, but we're just going to have to do it. And this is something that it's like a main takeaway right here. Please, let's avoid this. This is not a win-win situation. This is a win-lose situation. Charles Gide, with very, very much clarity, says this is not the way out. This is the way out. Maybe we have to eat a little less. Nevertheless, we eat together. And this is something that Charles Gide, he proposes. Let's eat together to avoid a collapse. And there is a risk for small-scale farmer is the one that has this type of problems. Can we understand this drawing by Charles Gide? I wanted to just build on this concept and see if we can do this again. Government policies on sustainable development, is it developed? So this is a very welcome meeting. Let's increase our audacity, our creativity. And this is something that I would like to retake when we started this conference before we listened to Manuel and we watched this video. And the first phrase was, the video said, let's try and get a renewed cooperation. Let's do that. Well, thank you very much, Eduardo, and Madam Vice Minister Gamboa, Madam Ayala, as well as the one who were online. We've got one or two questions, very concrete, very straightforward, one round of questions. Eduardo spoke of control in the organizations, and there is a very, very basic premise that says what you can't measure, you can't control. And what you can't control cannot be improved. So let's open the floor now. Well, first off, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Aldo Sanchez. I represent my family, Nortico Cacao Farm. It's a family farm in Turrialba. So I am a farmer. And for many years, I have been in the academia working in the CATIE and for some European companies commercializing cacao. And then as a farmer, alongside many technicians in academia, it's very nice and very necessary because I have different challenges in this project. And we've talked a lot about inclusiveness. I am Costa Rican. My wife is from Norway, so Nortico is a combination of that. 50% is my wife, 50% is me. Norway, Costa Rica, Nortico. And when we see the statistics, sometimes we get sad because of what happened in Guatemala. There is a big portion, it's in the hands of very few. That happens a lot here in Costa Rica. And starting in agriculture is very difficult. We are very low in the chain. It's a very difficult part, but we can be optimistic. And as a farmers, we can actually make a step forward, providing added value. And I identify myself with Rosanna's video because we have a very similar video. So we produce snips, we could cacao powder, cocoa powder, and we have added value products. It's not a cooperative, but it's an association, and I'm learning here, so I wish I can take all of this information and then put it into practice. With contracts in Cati, we're now working with 25 farmers. We have 55 on board, ready to continue to sow, but there is a limited capacity. And as farmers, we need this technical assistance from you. It's a shame we don't have the Vice Minister of Agriculture from Costa Rica because I would have loved for her to know that there is a very concrete project. And this is an important venue. There are things we're already working. And it's not good to work in silos because all of the efforts and the economies get diluted and then the project runs over. And that's something that has happened a lot. I am very optimistic trying to trade our products in other countries, but having this window is absolutely key. And rather than just a question, is a thank you to the panelists, to ICA for the invite, and congratulations to all of you for being here in this joint effort. And I'm very, very happy. I'm probably just going to be contacting many of you to continue to learn from you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation to each of you folks and to each of the panelists. My name is Rolando Jimenez. I represent the Centro Agrícola Cantonal de Desamparados in representing 200 farmers. There is a CSR project that brings together about 160 coffee producers in the area of the Santos. We were born in the crisis of 2014 with very low prices back then, and we talked about associations and cooperatives. And the question is, in that regard, what would you say to a farmer who does not believe in cooperatives due to their experience? Because if I ask my dad, my granddad, which 60% of them are elderly citizens. They have a lot of experience. I says I was part of 2, 3 cooperatives, and they all went belly up. And the ones that exist today, they're very, very big cooperatives that have become a credit system that is actually, well, the bank is not helping, the cooperative is not helping. So what's your message to a farmer who's losing, let's say, for example, the 1 hectare of coffee farm that they have because they cannot buy fertilizers this year? From your experience. One last question, and then we'll go to the round of responses. Thank you very much. I believe it's always very positive to have an open dialogue between the institutions and the small-scale farmers organizations and family farming organizations, because I believe there are key messages that can be shared. I have a reserve when it comes to cooperativism, because there are a lot of stories all over Latin America on cooperatives that didn't do well. In my experience as a farmer, as a transformer, as an agent, as an entrepreneur, we did run a very deep analysis because I was also trained in cooperativism and solidarity economy. And I believe the principles are magnificent, but in doing cooperatives, that's a complete different deal because the legislations in the different countries, they don't understand cooperatives principles. At least in Mexico, in organization of women, it was not good for us to get formalized as a cooperative because there was a lot of fiscal responsibilities, a lot of responsibilities as employers with our partners. In the very end, we had to pay a lot of taxes. We had to actually, at the fiscal level, at tax level, we had to pay a lot in taxes. We had to hire accountants, expert accountants that were experts in cooperatives because they don't understand the legislation in the countries and they do not understand the fiscal processes. So in the end, we end up paying fines that we said like, no, that's not good. So from the government programs, from the partner organizations, for the FFOs, we have to run a deeper analysis. Yes, cooperatives have tremendous principles that I love, but the reality in the different countries, we really need to run a deep analysis and find out if that model is convenient for family farming organizations that we're trying to help, because otherwise we get married with an idea, but when it comes to implementing and making it operational on the field, they end up in situations they cannot handle, and they have to hire experts to sort them out, and that's a lot of expenses. In Latin America, this is true. We do not have a culture of resource transparency, not because we are stealing the money, it's just part of the system. And we don't really question where the money is going because it's just a way of not having accountability by government entities. So instead of transparency of resources, they teach us that we need to be embarrassed when we ask about accountability. So, and it's offensive for me if they hold me accountable too. It is just a trap in the system so that we don't get to question everything. So being here as part of the processes, these institutions, the financial institutions, all of these organizations that work with farmers, they have to do this and they have to create all of these processes. We have to think about processes that speak of transparency. Otherwise, we're just going to keep on repeating patterns. And that is also included when it comes to financial education, because very many times we tend to think about technical assistance, improving seeds, so on and so forth, but the financial education that's basic, we neglect. Vice Ministers Ayala Gamboa, Eduardo, 1 minute. Two different ends of the same spectrum. On the one hand, it's very hard to become an association, to come together, to work together. How do we revert that disenchantment that when we finally get to work together as a cohesive entity, the cooperative or the association has to face situations that tends to make them go belly up? How do we change that situation? Let's do Vice Minister Gamboa, Vice Minister Ayala. I think what they said yesterday about differentiated actions and policies is absolutely important. There is no prescriptive recipe. It's not a cookie cutter kind of model, right? How do you convince somebody who is disenchanted and that feels disenfranchised? I wouldn't bring them over to the model. So it's an idea. Maybe just hear them out, and maybe just get them to talk to other people who have had successful experiences of cooperatives with cooperatives, so as to be able to understand the pros and the cons. In Guatemala, we have a federation of cooperatives. That's an entity that's a second tier or second level organization ever since 1976, and they are supporting 50 plus cooperatives that believe in these principles and that have managed to have an important impact at the community level, at the grassroots level. Right? So, but I do consider that information is key to be able to make educated decisions. And it's just by having that contact with success stories of cooperatives and just to be able to weigh pros and cons. I believe that territories are all different. They all have very distinct cultural traits. It's not only about making a decision about the model, because very many times the models have to be contextualized. So there is no prescriptive application of these principles. I believe that public policies need to address different models with pros and cons, with good information. And it's very important to count with the conviction of people who are going to be part of a model. It's absolutely vital to consider all of these elements that you have spoken of, so they know that they need to face that and how they need to face that. And now we're talking about internal organizational factors when you need to have the conviction and the motivation as of why you are going to be part of an association, part of a cooperative. Why are we coming together? That's the first point. Second point is which model are we going to gather around? It's a model that it's going to create challenges for us, absolutely, but that will definitely render benefits as well. Very well. I think this is, well, food for thought, especially coming from the youth with this critical insight. In Paraguay, we have very good success stories of cooperatives as well as small-scale farmers organizations that have gotten associated. What do we look for in this type of models as a government? We want this family farming organization to scale up, to have positive results for the improvement of their quality of life. And it happens a lot. Oh, why? The question is, what is your intention when forming an association, when becoming a cooperative? And sometimes they just do it to get a grant from International Cooperation Agency. But that education, the principles that is trained, that is given out from the government is actually very important to be able to provide that organizational education and strengthen and help them get mature as an organization with targeting a specific niche so that they can run a for-profit model. There is no prescriptive recipe, but you do need to have it very clear. Why is it that you are creating a cooperative, an association, so that you can have good results from the government? From within the government is what we are working for, to actually achieve that a small-scale farmer cooperative can have successful results, that they can export their products, that they can get a quality seal, that they get the benefit of producing, exporting, and selling, and have access to market. We all want that. We all want our small-scale farmers to get to that level. And there are many cases, and there are many different territories that have different cultural traits. I agree in that as well. There are a lot of success stories, and there are failures, of course. But above all, and I repeat myself, we need to have it very clear what the purpose of the organization is so that this can be successful.
Eduardo.
Eduardo.
Bien. Tres preguntas y voy a tratar de
Three
responder a las tres
questions. I'm going to try and address all questions. The first one, Aldo, I agree 100% with you. It's very nice what you said. I've learned a lot. I hope to learn a lot. Continue to learn from you folks. And as educators, let's try and disseminate this knowledge, this thing, because if you do not pass it around, it gets lost. So let's enrich each other. That's a tremendous dialogue with your grandpa and with your dad. And it's nice too, because you have to make that generational change. You need to have that discussion at that generational level, right? So pay attention. Pay attention. You have to actually get the mystics, but also the know-how. And maybe your grandpa, maybe your dad, if you talk to them and you give them the know-how, maybe we can give you documents, maybe we can think about what happened and not simply just sweep our mistakes under the rug. Actually get to dissect them, analyze them, and get to own them and learn from them. Because something really nice with previous generations is they did it so many years ago. And maybe the cooperatives and the associations and the organizations, they need to be a sandbox for small-scale farmers because maybe the grandpa scientist doesn't work. So governance and tripartite governments, there is a steering committee, there are some unions and some of them got managers. So governance is always in three parts. And you have to respect visions and missions because some entities in some places in Argentina have just gotten to own the organization. So we need to check the governance. I believe that's important. And the third question, yes, we have history of all kinds. Let's do something. In this conference, let's bring out the negative, but also let's take a look at what is positive because development and policies must be supported on what's good, on what works. We must not base everything on what's wrong. And this is good. Taxes. We have to probably need to discuss this. We need to have transparent economy. The cooperatives and the associations must be transparent economies. But my experience is the small-scale farmers love to operate in the dark. They don't want to issue an invoice, for example. So maybe just teach a little bit that being transparent and being registered is not bad business. It's not even unfavorable. And this is important. And then accountability. It's very difficult. Accountability is difficult. In Argentina, we have the meetings, the assemblies of the farmers, and they never listen to the union member. That comes out to show the lack of governance. Why? Because control is just mistrust, and maybe you're just but we really need to understand that accountability, what you say, Mario, accountability, it's a way of controlling to improve, and let's just control for the process and the management process, a good management practices. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, to close this block, the appreciation to the Vice Minister de la Gamboa, to you, Eduardo, to Mariam, for all the comments that you have made. Now we would like to close this part with the participation of the Secretary Julio Verdeguer. He's already online. We are also accompanied by the advisor of the General Director of the ICA, Mr. Alvaro Ramos, to talk about a topic that is something that we had talked about with the organizers of the event, and that has to do with the trends of the rurality and the perspectives of the organizations of producers in Latin American culture, in this case from the perspective point of view of Mexico. So, Leslie, if you could please come close so that you can moderate this part, and to thank the Secretary Verdeguer for accompanying us in this event, and also to Alvaro Ramos. Secretary Verdeguer, good afternoon, and we thank infinitely the time that you are taking to be with us today.
Muchas gracias a ustedes. No sé si me escuchan porque no pudimos hacer una prueba de sonido.
I don't know if you can hear me because we couldn't make a test. Yes, we can hear you fine. Okay. And first of all, I would like to tell everybody that this conference would have not been possible with the support of the Secretary Verdeguer. He agreed since the beginning. He liked the idea of this conference, and he was the one who put hands on the job to put together the organizing committee for this event. So, on behalf of the Data Cornell, we give you the biggest appreciation, Julio. So, Julio, for your presentation, you have 20 minutes, followed by some 10 minutes of questions and answers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leslie. First of all, now that the camera has shown the audience, I was able to see the Director General of the ICA, my friend Manuel Otero, sitting there, and I send him the warmest greeting, as well as all the participants that are also there, and also Alvaro Ramos, of course, who I shared with many years. We had less gray hair, more hair, but those are topics that have been covered for many years now. I am very, very pleased to share with everyone in this conference. I have been thinking about this. I am in Washington right now at the airport, about to board a plane back to the city of Mexico. And the topics of conversation and the sense of the conversations in this city have made me rethink what I had in my head to share with you. And maybe I'm going to make a presentation that is a little more broad and more general, of a more general sense. I have thought about in these few days that it's been now 44 years, exactly, that those of us who were in those days dedicated to the issues of family, agriculture, and rural development, we had to accept a brutal change in the conditions, and the economic, social, and political conditions of our region. We were coming from a world in which the states had policies, devices, programs, and institutions that were very strong, very solid, that would provide a series of support, good, bad, or regular, but there was the presence of the state in regulating, protecting, and promoting the activities of the family agriculture. In Mexico, we had the CONASUPO, which would buy the crops. There was a rural bank that would give very low interest loans. Sometimes they charged it, sometimes they didn't. There was an extension system. There was a national seed producer. There was a company that used to produce and distribute fertilizers at a very low price, etc., etc., etc. And there were commercial measures or commercial policies that protected the national agricultures. And in those years, starting the decade of the 1980s, well, there was a tremendous wind blowing all of a sudden, and all this architecture, this landscape disappeared. It disappeared in a virtuous manner. Literally, every day we receive the news that this was being privatized and that this was being closed, that the markets were being opened and liberalized, that the protections were disappearing, that the tariffs were being dropped. And those of us who were immersed in the world of peasant agriculture or family agriculture, where we were facing this question of what the hell do we have to do now? In a world in which, right in our plain sight, things were turning upside down. Everything that we thought was going to be permanent, for good or for bad. But that's what was happening. In those years, the similarity of what was happening and what was happening is happening nowadays is evident. We were all, everything that we thought was a given was coming to an end overnight. We can discuss if the world economic order that had its center and placed on a world trade was something excellent, good, regular, bad, or best, or worse. Each one of us will have our own opinion regarding that, I guess. But what there is no doubt is that there was an order, there was a system of rules. We knew what we could attain to. And during the last 40 years, well, everything, one way or another, from the different places, we have been building, or we have been helping to build, and as much as our possibilities allowed us, the adaptation of the family agriculture and of those organizations to the scenario that was given to us starting the 1980s, little by little. There was an advantage in that transformation, such a deep transformation that we lived through 40 years ago. And starting there, that we knew how everything was being proposed. It was a clear proposal by President Reagan, by Prime Minister Thatcher, and then in our countries, well, many governments aligned to these strategies, neoliberal strategies, we called it, some of us. The banks, the development banks, the World Bank, the Monetary Fund, International Monetary Fund. And there was a very famous article that was called the Washington Consensus that was written by economist John Wilkinson, and that gave the name to all these movements, and that had 10 rules adhered to it. It was very clear that we were finishing with this to build this other thing. Nowadays, we know what is ending, but truly, friends, at least I don't have it very clear what it is that is being built. And I don't know if anybody knows it. Honestly, I don't know if anybody knows it. We know what is ceasing its existence, but we don't know what's going to come. Something's going to happen because nature of things, and the same thing happens in the world of economy and societies. It can't stand the emptiness for a long time. Something will come in place of what exists today. But we're going to live through a transition from a known order in which we had very clear, at least some of us thought so, that what we had to do was build the capacities so that family agriculture could participate in a more or less competitive manner in the markets, because that was scenario, that was a playing field that we had at that time. I had to, for example, write a thesis, a PhD thesis, and I titled it Cooperating to Compete. How do we organize? What kind of organization do we have to make? What kind of collective action is required to compete? How do we cooperate to be able to compete? Nowadays, it is clear that we needed to continue on cooperating, but the question is, what for? Exactly what for and what scenario? And the organizations, well, they are not institutions that are open to anything. The type of organization that is required, the type of organization that can be effective, well, it depends. It depends on what scenario and what objective for. In the years prior to the structural reforms of the 1980s, well, the organizations in the majority of our countries were organizations that were absolutely articulated with the government and with the state. Then it was a cause of many sayings of clientelism and so on forth. But that form of those organizations had a sense because it was not the market, it was the state that used to say that what we have to produce, how we have to produce it, when we have to produce it. And the fundamental relationship had to be with the state. And the organizations in many of the countries of Latin America and the world were somehow functional to this need. The new organizations, that some of us helped to build, to strengthen, to advise and so forth, or to promote, all the way from the public policies, well, they were this. They were organizations precisely to compete in the markets. And that's where we needed other capacities. It was not the skill, the capacity to be able to deal with the governments, but it would be the capacities to be able to link to the markets, to the services, that allowed us to have a more successful position in the market. What is the purpose today of the organization? That's what I ask myself. Because what is the playing field? Organizing for what playing field? There are things that will undoubtedly will continue on being valid. To have honest leaders, well, that is something that is necessary in any situation and under any circumstance. To have good management systems, of course, also. To have good governance systems. I was able to listen to the end of the last presentation. Of course, all that is necessary, but what is the purpose? And that is what, to this day, I don't have it clear. I don't know if somebody does. And what I want to point out in regard to this conference is that the way of the organization, that the rules of the organization, that the sense of the organization has to be functional to the context under which this organization has cooperation. And I insist, an organization, a determined organization, does not work for any type of circumstance. And that is my great. I would like to have an answer, but to be honest, I don't have it. I don't know if somebody does. But that is the question that we have to propose today. What's coming? And since we don't know what's coming, because different to the past, nowadays we don't have the 10 rules of John Wilkinson that used to say the Washington Consensus, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 8, 9, 10, this is what we have to do. Or now we don't have an idea what is coming. So I think that what we need, I hope that it's not for too long. We don't know it. Well, it's an organization for a few years of enormous certainty. Enormous uncertainty, sorry, not certainty, uncertainty. Yesterday, I was, for example, giving a very high official of the government of the United States, I was giving her a gift, and I brought her a bag of coffee, organic coffee, from a cooperative of farmers indigenous in the state of Oaxaca, in the south of Mexico, that produce an extraordinary coffee. And these cooperative has prepared itself and it has built, has been building capacities for many decades, for many years, coincidentally with this period in which we have to organize to compete. Well, a series of capacities so that with their coffee they might be able to compete in world markets, and in this way be able to open doors of more well-being and prosperity for the indigenous farmers that are their associates, 1,300 of them approximately. And they have built with great capacity this. What happens if all of a sudden this cooperative faces 25% of tariffs? What happens? And then the day after tomorrow, it doesn't anymore. Or in 6 months, we find, or in 2 years, or in 3 years, we find that the world was divided into poles or spheres. And now you can only relate commercially to only to some and not others, because if you sell to this one, you can't sell to any other. There's a lot of moment of uncertainty coming up, unfortunately, and that's what we're facing right now. And I think that what we need nowadays, and it's not a matter for the organizations, is how to navigate the uncertainty that we're living through. What capabilities do we need to build urgently in the leaderships of the organizations to be able to move with a great agility? What to do if tomorrow your market all of a sudden faces 20% in the tariffs? All South America, all Latin America is facing at this moment 10% of tariffs. Right? Well, I imagine that this is very complex for many organizations of family agriculture from overnight having to face that. To be able to be inserted into the markets. And so I think that the topic of the capabilities to move with a lot of agility is necessary to deal with. And this makes us reflect what could be those abilities or those skills to be able to navigate in a world that is very uncertain, in which it is not clear which are the rules, and maybe even more, where the rules can be transformed day after day or week after week, as we are seeing at this moment. I don't know if you can listen because the image is somewhat cut. Yes, I think that Manuel is raising his hand. Okay, perfect. One of the things is a lot of information. We need the organizations to have access to first-hand information. In time, I don't know if it's feasible to make it in real time, but with a lot of speed. And then it has to be information of quality that we have to analyze rigorously. And this is where many of the organisms that have sponsored these conferences come into play. What is happening in each one of the markets? What does it mean, the measure of putting a special tariffs to vessel transportation? What impact is it going to have on this? What are the ramifications that suddenly a country might not be able to sell another country a determined grain, for example, and now we have to offer this that is going to fall on other countries at smaller prices because their markets cannot allocate this anymore. This requires an enormous amount of information of the best quality in real time. And I think that this is a capacity that we need to build with extreme urgency. Secondly, we need to find public policies, because this is something that is not going to be solved by each organization, apparently. Public policies that will give a minimum of stability to the organizations as much as they receive a shock that is impacting them directly in their income and in their things. It is not possible for an organization of a family structure to have to absorb overnight 10, 15, 20% of increase in their costs because of the new tariffs. And we have always talked about the matter of insurance, very much linked to the individual activity. And I think that we have to think very quickly what kind of insurance in quotation marks, and it will not be insurance, but it will be programs that are buffers that might absorb part of the shocks that are to come, that we, the family producer, are going to live through permanently from here on. Third, I think that many organizations in their previous 30, 40 years, with a lot of reason and with a lot of justification, they oriented themselves as much as possible to trying to reach markets, international markets. That was a great bet. And all those who could do it, they organized themselves to be able to sell in the international markets. I believe that a time is coming in which each one of us are going to have to put more priority to the internal markets, to my own country, Mexico, for example. We have put into operation Senada in a very short time, a program that it has to do with the raising very significantly the self-sufficiency levels and the survival production in determined basic products, because we don't know anymore if it is feasible, if it's going to be feasible in 6 months from now or 7 months from now to continue on importing those food that we need that undeniably, or if suddenly this dependence that we have with determined imports could become weapons of pressure against us, because this is a characteristic of the times that we are living through. The trade has become a political weapon, first of all. The measures that are being adopted, these are measures to force the countries to take and to make certain decisions. And this is a vulnerability. So we need for these organizations that for many, many years were very concerned about the export to start seeing how we can orient them and support them to produce more for the local internal markets. Because we don't know if one day we will have a market system that is based on the fact that if you need something, well, you can go buy it and you can access it and pay for it without greater restrictions. Nowadays, that is not the law. We don't know if we're going to be able to have access to something tomorrow, or if it's going to become something that's going to become a pressure point against us. So I think that there are at least 3 urgent needs in this times of uncertainty for the organizations of family producers. How to have access to very high quality information, analyzed, digested, and not only seen, but also analysis that will allow us to orient and guide the decision making very timely, because things change, as we see, overnight. Secondly, how all the way from the governments, from the civil societies, from the international organisms, can we think about mechanisms that are buffers of the shocks? Because it's going to be many, like it was in the 1980s. Remember, when this whole order, pre-existing order, it was dismantled, the impact was tremendous. It was a tremendous impact, and the impact is going to be brutal also. The impact is going to be brutal. What are the buffers that we can create at this moment? Thirdly, how do we work with the organizations so that, of course, we can continue on trying to have access to the international markets, but let's pay much more attention to the production for the internal market, at least in those products that are essential to guarantee the food safety, basic food safety of each one of our countries. We are living through, my friends, times that are very strange, very particular times, and we are going to be, for a while, nobody knows how much this is going to last, in a stage of a lot of uncertainty. There's a marvelous book that if you haven't read it, I recommend it. It was written by a French a writer that's called Margarita Senac, that is called Memories of Adrian. In this book, she has a phrase that is not hers. She is Flaubert's, and she quotes Flaubert at the beginning of the book, and this phrase, Flaubert, says something like, there was a time between Cicerone and Mark Antony in which the old gods have died and Christ was not here yet. And at this moment, the man was alone. I think that this is one of this is a moment like the ones that we are living. The gods of the past are not here anymore. The new order has not emerged yet clearly. And once again, just like 40 years ago, the family agriculture and its organizations has to find its own trail, its own pathway in a new world that is being formed. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Julio.
Thank you very much, Julio. I will now give the floor to the Director General of the ICA, Mr. Manuel Otero. Hello, Julio. Hello, everybody. How to navigate through uncertainty with this phrase, this such real phrase of these times. I would like to make some very brief, very short comments regarding what you have said. Everybody knows that I come from the South, and being a lover of tango, what could not happen right now is that we might be invaded by nostalgia, nor can we cling to the glories of the past. I continue on thinking that the construction of new times depends on the starting role that we all decide to carry out, and knowing that these are moments that are really very, very difficult. And a topic that is undelayable is that we need the creation of new leaders so that they can help us go through these paths that are so complicated. I, for example, in face of this, of these very strong storms of the international market, Julio, what I wanted to say is that we have an intra-block trade of only 14%. 14% of our exports go to the region, in which the schedules between the customs do not match the protocols. It's time to relaunch, for example, the trade to the inside of our region. It seems to me that this is a mechanism that is fundamental. It's been years that we have been discussing about an electronic a certificate for veterinary products. It's time to accelerate those times. And I think that this is something that is fundamental. We know that there's a new border of knowledge. It sounds like a nightmare because every time it becomes something more distant. Our national systems of science and innovation have to be interconnected. And obviously, we have to invest more in family agriculture because that's a reality that we have hidden because in the past we have not invested enough. Those agendas have been linked to the large crops, and now is the time, I think, and I think that it was said with very much clarity, we have to be self-critical and redirect some of the agendas. In any case, and this is what I'm going to close my comment with, the ICA is here to add efforts, and this is something that the Secretary of Agriculture knows very well in Mexico. All the countries have to understand that these are times of horizontal cooperation. To leave aside the idealism, to have a substantial agenda, we have to be very pragmatic. And we have to go from the facts and through the early history facing these contexts of so much uncertainty, and notice that we are advancing. So I want to reiterate my appreciation to Julio when he summoned to the first meeting and he put on the table the need to summon this meeting, that we have to establish a pathway with 4 or 5 topics. Said he was talking about the investment, millions. We need 3 million, whatever ideas it is. Everything has to be included behind this. So Leslie, I'm finishing here, and I'm also greeting my friend of so many years. I'm not going to say how many, Álvaro Ramos. So, a greeting to both of you, and thank you for the opportunity of being able to make this comment. Thank you very much, Manuel. I think that we have time for just one question. Anybody? Sergio. Go ahead, please. Hello, Julio. Álvaro, it's a pleasure to see you. Yesterday, I quoted you at the end of my presentation. Julio, I agree completely with you, but it seems to me a little pessimistic, a little way too pessimistic, to tell you the truth. I completely agree with you with this topic of the uncertainty that we are living through. Absolutely correct. And I also agree with the fact that Manuel has emphasized that right now that we have an opportunity in our region. But yesterday, I was putting into discussion the fact that the world is urban. The world in the 21st century is urban. And the majority of the people in the world are living in Asia. And Asia is a region of the world that is still there to be explored, I would say, for Latin America. And I wanted to listen to Julio. What would be the possibility that Latin America might build a closer, a stronger relationship with Asia? Not only China. China is just the first country, but there are other countries over there that are very populated, Indonesia and other countries that might be spaces for us in Latin America to be able to export our products. Because friends, colleagues, Latin America has a potential of production that even though our markets, our domestic markets, are going to absorb more production, even though we're going to excel the topic of the poverty and of food safety of many of our people that require to eat more and eat better, but even more, there's going to be food left over. Latin America has the opportunity of exporting, and Latin America cannot deny itself of doing it for the world. And the road, the focus, the direction is towards Asia. So I would pose this to you because it seems to me that maybe in Asia, the topic of the great change that you were mentioning, it's something that's happening. China and the countries of Asia are not changing in the same direction that the great big brother of the North is doing. So I don't know if I agree completely with the fact that the change is so radical globally, worldwide, because it seems to me that the Asian region is under the leadership of China is going to continue on a model that is based on the market of the economies, the economy of markets we have built in the last 30, 40, 50 years. Thank you.
Gracias, gracias Manuel y gracias
Thank
Sergio.
you, Manuel. Thank you, Sergio. It's so nice to see you and to hear you. Please share your presentation when you get a chance. Manuel is right in the importance of becoming or doing one more attempt to achieve a greater Latin American economic integration. We've tried many times. We've tried to walk on that path many times, and it has turned out to be a very difficult path, a very difficult way, mostly because of political reasons. But it would have been great to have greater integration in the southern cone of the Americas. But we must never lose the aspiration of having a way more integrated region, not only at the political level, but also at the economic and cultural level. Be very careful with the words I use and the way I cast my words. There are many differences, let me say it that way, in our Latin America that makes this a very difficult task. Regarding your proposal, Sergio, about the pessimism, I, I don't know if I would call myself a pessimist after having lived that transition of the world before 1980 to what happened afterwards. Remember, there was the last decade with the rates of poverty in the rural environment. It took us 20 years to go back to where we were. It was a brutal, shocking period of time. And the family farming still alive and kicking. It still continues to produce in practically everywhere. We have found out that it does represent 40, 50, 60% of national consumption. So it did endure. It did endure a cataclysm. So I don't know. I am a pessimistic person when it comes to understanding family farming in Latin America, but I do differ with you in saying that the economic order in the world continues to be the same after the latest months. I don't know that the new economic order that we're going to have now is going to be enduring. So we are immediately in a transition period with new systems, new relations, new things. I have no doubt whatsoever that Asia, not only China, but many other countries in Asia, have become very, very strong countries with a great potential to have a relationship with Latin America. I don't know what that relationship is going to be because I don't know, Sergio, what's going to be the political phase of the reordering that's taking place today. Some people, I'm no expert by far, some people say that we're getting into a true trade cold war, a cold trade war. And I don't know if we're going to be able to play both sides. I don't know. I don't know what's going to what this is going to turn out to be for countries such as Mexico, that we have a very narrow relationship with the United States and Canada. That definitely sets a tone for our reality, for our interaction. And I don't know what the integration is going to be in our economies there. This is a multi-dimensional consideration for us Mexicans. It's not that easy going somewhere else, right? So, and on the other hand, so the first consideration is maybe what's going on, what we are living today, that it's in form of tariffs and trade war considerations, maybe it has a political implications. And maybe if that happens, then there will be just considerations that we're going to have to make then, right? The second thing is just having a trade relationship with China, with South Korea, with India, with Japan is not that simple. It's not that easy. These are extraordinarily tough countries, but extraordinarily tough countries when it comes to accepting a reality. The South American countries have managed to have a good position when it comes to soy, when it comes to beef, when it comes to corn. But it's it. It's soybeans, it's corn, it's beef. In Mexico, we are selling some stuff to these countries, but we're selling 100 times more. I don't know if 100 times fold, but many times fold more to United States and Canada than what we are able to place in the Asian market. It's not an easy market. It's not an easy market to penetrate. And Sergio, you are right. The world is way more than North America, way more than Canada, United States, and then we've got Europe. Let's not forget Europe that continues to play an important and powerful role. And they're going to move this way or that way. They're going to react and make place for themselves in this new order that it's coming. But that they still got cards to play, and the baby's still up in the air, so to speak, right? The jury's still out when it comes to this type of stuff. Thank you very much. Thank you, Julio. Thank you very much for your participation. And we bid you a great, safe travels to Mexico. I just want to stay for 2 more minutes to listen to Alvaro. Alvaro, please go ahead. Julio, my greetings. And I think that we're gonna go for a break right now, so I don't think you're gonna be able to hear me out now. But so I'm sorry, folks. We had to make some changes in the agenda. We're gonna go for lunch break right now. Safe travels. Safe travels. So greetings. Warmest greetings. I am so sorry I was not able to be there in person, but that's the way life goes. I had other stuff that I had to attend. But thank you very much for the invite. My warmest greetings to you all. Thank you, Julio. All right, folks, let's go to lunch and we'll be back at 14:30. Thank you very much.